there's this one video that apparently is about me, so I'm gonna go have a look, see what all that is about. I have been tagged, and so this may be a call out. We'll have to see. Okay, where the heck is this video? This one. The title is "You Got Caught Sneaking Out." That I was just going on the great journey. Let's go see what this is about.
Well, if it isn't my little Spartan in training, sneaking back in from the battlefield like a covert ops operative. You must think you're pretty stealthy, don't you? But did you really believe that your old man, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, wouldn't notice? I've fought through hordes of Covenant and survived the wrath of the Flood, so it should come as no surprise that I've got a heightened sense of awareness. You might be fast, but you're not quite Mjolnir armor fast. Now, I understand the need for exploration and adventure. After all, I've saved humanity multiple times. But you can't just go gallivanting around the galaxy without a mission, soldier. You need a plan, and you need discipline. There are consequences to every action. And as my little Spartan, you must learn to make responsible choices. Trust me, I've seen what happens when we let the enemy catch us off guard. Instead of trying to sneak past us, use that energy and focus to tackle the challenges in your life. Be like a Spartan, strong and resilient in the face of adversity. Remember, even the best Spartans rely on teamwork, so don't hesitate to lean on your family for support and guidance. We're not your enemies, kid. We're your allies, your squad mates. We want to see you succeed and grow into a strong, wise, and responsible Spartan. So keep us informed about your whereabouts, and let us know if you're struggling with anything. Together, we can conquer any obstacle, just like I've done throughout my battles. Learn from this experience, young Spartan. Channel your energy into making smarter decisions and building a brighter future. And never forget that you're part of a team, our family, that's got your back, no matter what. Now go get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day, filled with opportunities to make better choices and forge a legendary path. We'll be here, supporting you every step of the way.
That's pretty cringe. I think part of the reason why most kids run off at night, try to escape from their parents, is because okay, this one's load. The Gilgamesh game. Pretty sure one of the big reasons that they run out is because they don't trust. Shut the fuck up. Oh no. Okay. That's because they don't trust their parents. They feel as if they can't tell things to their parents. They can't be honest and forthright with their parents. Okay, I'm trying a thingy this time where I have turned off the noise gate and noise suppression. Hopefully things are a little bit better. I did want to watch a couple other videos that are not big feats related. However, I think we'll save those for later. For now, I think we'll open with... I could do another big feats episode. This one's an hour and a half. Let me get this other one, Stalked in the Woods. This one's just 1 hour. This one might be a bit better to start with. And then we'll swap over to some other non-big feat stuff.
It looked like somebody was...
Ah!
Everywhere he went. One day he saw a poor peasant boy drinking water. Was in
I
Alexandria,
saw this.
which is a notorious hotspot for sightings. But the bulk of his encounters happened to him in Alabama, I believe back in the 90s. He even had one sighting out there in Alabama, and pay close attention to the behavior of the creatures. I know if you've been listening to the show for a while,
Okay.
You guys should probably pick up on it right away. But it's fascinating stuff. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. And I'm going to try and do a couple additional shows this week. I know a lot of people are stuck inside, can't get out. So thank you so much for being here. Let's actually jump into it tonight. I want to welcome James to the show. James, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I'm glad to be on. Just interested in get these stories out so people aren't afraid of talking about this. You know, a lot of people are scared to talk about their encounters, and I think it's important that we get the word out there to everybody.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you being here, and I know you're up there in Seattle. Can you give the audience just a real quick update? How are you doing up there in Seattle with this whole coronavirus, and kind of what are you seeing up there beyond empty grocery stores?
You know, everything right now is really just, you know, as normal, unless you go to one of the big box stores and then you see, you know, some people overbuying some things, and, you know, the shelves cleared out in the can aisles, and of course the toilet paper, which I don't understand the toilet paper thing, but you know, it's not actually that bad because, you know, this is considered the hot zone up here. But
toilet paper is extremely important during the apocalypse. This guy's just not in the know. That's his issue.
It doesn't seem to be that bad. I don't think people need to worry. Just, you know, do the regular precautions that you would normally do in a situation where, you know, you have a virus going around. Just practice good sanitation.
It's good advice. Good advice. Well, getting on, I know people aren't tuning in for the coronavirus, but, you know, I like to ask people. It's on everyone's mind. We're all thinking about it. I think deep down we're all a little nervous about it, but you're right, James. We're going to get through this. Everything's going to be fine. Everyone relax and save some toilet paper for the rest of us. You know what I mean? I almost think like the CIA is buying up the toilet paper because everyone I talk to is like, I don't get the toilet paper thing.
Exactly.
But if you would, I know your encounter took place in Alabama. There's a couple encounters, but the very first one where you saw it with your friend, if you would just kind of take us back to that moment, tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened.
Yeah, sure. Well, this is back in the early 90s, and I played in a rock band, and we had just got finished recording a demo, and we were all happy about the demo, and we decided to go up to an old place to celebrate where we used to have BB gun wars. And it was up on a ridge, to give you an explanation and a layout of the land where we were. It's in Huntsville, Alabama. I don't mind saying where this is at. I got a lot of friends back there, so hopefully some are listening. But right behind Grissom High School, there's a mountain that runs from, it's called Montesano Mountain and Green Mountain. They're connected in Huntsville, Alabama, and they run all the way down to the Tennessee River. And Green Mountain is the one that's closest to the Tennessee River. Well, we had went up to this place where we used to have BB gun wars, and it was behind Grissom High School, and it's not a place that there's a known trail. It's just you got to kind of know how to get up there because you got to go between people's houses and stuff like that. So we decided to go up there and camp out for a night and just kind of celebrate amongst the band, you know, the completion of the demo. And it was a late decision. So it was around 9:30 at night when we decided to go up there. And this was during all I can say, it was during the dry time of the year. So anywhere from, you know, I would say April through August, September in Alabama, it's going to be very dry, very humid. And so, you know, there was a lot of dead leaf on the ground from the year past, but the trees were very green. And, you know, so we hiked up there through the woods. It's about probably a 35-minute hike up through the woods to get up there. It's not very far. But when you get up on top of the mountain there, it kind of flattens out into a nice, big, wide open area. And then, you know, we decided to just set up right there because it wasn't real windy, wasn't going to rain. We just said, yeah, let's build a fire here, set up our camps, because there were 5 of us. It was me, Carlos, David, and Mike. And so we started setting up camp, and we got everything set up, and we had the fire going. And what we were doing is we had brought a box, or a radio cassette player or whatever, and we were playing our demo. We were listening to it, and just enjoying it and talking about it. And about 11 to 11:30, I think I was the first one to start hearing it. And on the back side of Green Mountain there, it goes off into a valley where there's just a few homes and a lot of farms. It's a lot of open land, but it's a very steep incline to go down that way. I mean, you could traverse it, but it wouldn't be fun. And we heard something coming up that way. And so we were like, is this someone homeless coming up? Because it was real obvious that it was on 2 feet. You could hear each
2
footstep
feet.
very clearly going through the leaves as it was walking up. It was a and then when it kind of topped up on top of the mountain there, we noticed it sounded like, to us, it either had an accident or it was very frustrated, because a lot of limbs started being broke. There was a lot of commotion over in that area. And then it started walking around our camp, and it was outside of the fire line. Okay. It was just out. It stayed outside that fire line, where we could not see it. And it walked around our camp for about, it walked around fully around about twice, and it took about 40 to 45 minutes for it to do it, because it would walk a little bit and then it would stop, and we would listen, because we were paying a lot of attention to this, because we were very nervous at this point. All 5 of us. One of us had a Jack Daniels bottle in his hand. The other one had a small hatchet in his hand. It was a perfect horror movie scenario. And, we're just looking out there. And when it would stop, it would move a little bit. You could hear it move within the brush a little bit, like you could hear like a limb break, and just like small stuff, nothing major. And, after about 40, 45 minutes of that, we just said, okay, we've had enough of this. We're not going to go to bed. This isn't going to happen. So we literally just took what was important to us, and we left, and we came back the next day and got our stuff. Now, can I say that was a Bigfoot? I can't say it was Bigfoot, but I don't know anything else that's on 2 feet that would have done the stuff it did. And one thing I did leave out is it huffed at us a couple of times. And when I say huffed, I'm not
Huffed
talking
and
about like
puffed.
a deer grunt, when they're mad. If you've heard them stomp and they'll
Yeah.
grunt at you, so it's not like that. It was a release of air, a very big release of air a couple of times. You could just hear wherever the air was coming from, there was a lot of room there, and it was very noticeable. And that's really what freaked us out, because at first we thought it was just some homeless man, but then when we heard that, that's really the thing that kind of made us go, okay, this isn't normal. This doesn't sound right. We don't feel good about this. We're just wanting to listen to our demo tape and have a good time, and this isn't going to happen. So we just decided to vacate and get out of there, and we came back the next day to get our stuff. And for the like of me, I wish I could remember the condition of the stuff, because I do want to say I remember some stuff being messed with, but I can't say 100% for sure because it's been so long. But on that same ridge, going to the second encounter here, because this happened about 2 years later, me and Carlos, he was up there that same night, just down about probably 4 miles. I figured out it was when I looked on Google Earth. It's about 4 miles from where we were down to the end of Green Mountain, where we would go and hang out, and just me and a bunch of buddies and a lot of people. I'm 51, and people back in Alabama at that time, you didn't hang out in the bars. You didn't go to any. You went out in the woods and partied. That's what you did. You went and built bonfires and just had a good time and socialized. And there was no electronics. Only maybe one cool person might have a beeper, but that's about it.
I remember.
So yeah. So we would. We decided to go meet a couple of friends, Brad and Brian, up on this Powerline Trail is where it was, on top of the end of Green Mountain. And you had to drive up into a small neighborhood and then cut across a field and go over into the power line trail, and there was a trail that you drove back. You could drive your car. It wasn't like real smooth, but you could get your car back there. And there was a certain point when you went back there that you had to pull around this big tree limb. It was a big pine tree limb that hung really low out, I'd say about 3 or 4 feet off the ground. And it hung real low out into the trail. We left it there because we, thought it was a good cop deterrent, keep them from coming back there. So everybody just kind of drove around it. Otherwise, it'd scratch your car up real good. And what we had done is we had pulled down to where we always build the fire. We'd turned the car around. Now, this is at night, mind you. It's probably around 9 or 10 o'clock, I would say. And we were waiting for Brad and Brian to come up there, and we had turned around facing out the trail. Well, in Alabama, and in the South, there's a lot of red clay. And when the red clay is real dry, it's bright orange, kind of. So the moon was the sky was nice and clear that night, and the moon lit up the trail real well, so you could see the trail real easy. The mud, the red clay, and you could see the limb, coming out, that big limb coming out into the trail. And as me and Carlos were sitting there listening to a new album that just come out, I think it was Defenders of the Faith by Judas Priest, we were sitting there listening to it. Carlos was doing something over in his passenger seat, or in the driver's seat, and I was in the passenger seat. And I was looking down the path, waiting to see headlights come for our friends coming down the path. And all of a sudden, I noticed that part of the trail got blocked out for some reason. And I thought it was just the glare from something that Carlos was doing, in the windshield. There was a glare, and I thought maybe that's what it was. But then I noticed that's not what it was, because I noticed it was just really big. It was really blocking out a big portion right next to where that tree limb came out. Well, as soon as I started really trying to pay attention, it walked. And it took about, I'd say, 2.5 steps to clear the whole thing. And at first when I saw it moving, I was just like, okay, I'm seeing something. And then I noticed it actually pushed the branch or ran into the branch. I couldn't tell because I couldn't really see arms, but I could see 2 legs for sure. And it was probably about, I'd say maybe, I'd say it have to be 7 foot. But what was interesting about it was I would have had to easily say from front to back how thick it was. In the chest area would have been about 2.5 feet. That's how thick it looked. It just looked really,
2.5
really thick.
feet.
And I was like thinking that I was going to see a back half come by, like the back half of a horse or, or a big deer or something. But that's not what I saw. I saw 2 very plain legs walking. And when it hit that branch, it pushed the branch around or ran into it, and you could hear the branch crack because we had our windows down. And that got Carlos's attention because I was just at the very moment going, Carlos, did you see that? And he looked up and he heard the crack and he says, what? I said, something just walked there. And he saw the branch moving and he freaked out. I freaked out. He was like, I'm not going to stay up here. So he instantly started the car and we just took off. We took off, down the mountain, and we ran into Brad and Brian coming up, and we told them we're not going back up there. They made fun of us, and, that was a long lasting joke for quite a while.
Let me ask you, how far away from you was the thing?
Probably about 20 yards. It was pretty close. I mean, I could definitely see, I couldn't see detail because it was just a silhouette. You could see it from the background, from the trail and the moonlight. But it was light enough, where you could definitely see that it wasn't a deer. We don't have bear there. I've heard of cats there, but I've never seen any sign of a cat. Mainly what we have there is deer and big fox squirrels. That's about it.
Yeah,
so
I would imagine too, James, seeing that your memory went back to the 2 years prior when that thing was circling your camp. Did you know what you were looking at, or at the time, what did you think you were looking at?
Well, there's a stigma this part of the mountain on Green Mountain actually has a lot of really creepy stuff. So anytime you're up on top of Green Mountain, it's creepy no matter what, because there's been
What in the Christ is this? I don't know this is actually here. It shows Novgorod, but I don't know if this is actually land. And I don't know why I can see that it can do the city attack, and that it's under siege and can't heal. This fucking game is so busted for like no reason. Why did they have to go ahead and break it? That's so lame. Oh, fuck.
A whole lot of really weird stuff that goes on there. It's had everything from devil worship. I mean, this is in the news and stuff. Devil worship. There was a really terrible murder that happened up there. There was, just all sorts of real creepy stuff that, goes on up there. So right around the corner from where we, built our bonfire all the time, if you went down the trail about another probably 100 yards, it turned real swampy. And
Swampy?
no one ever liked going down there because everybody would get freaked out. They felt like they were being watched. They just felt like something was watching them. It wasn't a really good feeling. So what did I think it was? I don't know. I didn't really, well, if I have to reflect back on the time up behind the high school, the 2 years prior, I would have had to say that it took me about a few days, me and my friends talking about what we thought it was, because I think I was the first one to come out and say, man, that was a Bigfoot. And everybody else was like, oh, I don't know, man, I don't know what it was. They didn't want to, they weren't in disagreement with me. They just didn't know. They weren't as much as into Bigfoot, because I'd already seen like the famous first one with Leonard Nimoy,
The
Infotech.
Patterson. Yeah.
Yeah,
Patterson one.
and then the first time I'd ever seen that, I was just like, as a kid, because I grew up loving monster movies, Godzilla, Creature from the Black
Monsters.
Lagoon, I loved it all. And,
Imagine not
when I
liking
saw
monsters.
Bigfoot and I knew it
Monsters
was
are
a
so
documentary,
cool.
I understood it as a kid. I was like, no, I think that could be real. To me, it felt like that could be real. And so, I always had an interest in it, but I was never going out of my way to look for it. But and I also thought that they were only up here, like in the north.
In Washington, yeah. I get that a lot.
Yeah. So it was very shocking. It took days for me to really reflect back on it, and actually years, because when something like that happens to you, you can only, you go through moments of when you assess what happened, and you're like, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. You try to debunk it, and when you can't debunk it, what what do you do? I just don't throw it away. I'm not just going to say, well, I'm never going to talk about it again. I'm just going to say, had something very strange happen, and it definitely wasn't a deer. And like I said, there's no other animals there. There was actually some horses up there because people had some some stables up there, but there was no horse. There was
Are they
absolutely
any
no horse,
horses?
because if it was a horse, I would have seen the legs. But what I saw was big, thick legs, and as I'm looking at them right now in my head, picturing them, the legs look to be like probably, oh man, a big round. I mean, goodness gracious, maybe like a foot across, at the top part, a full foot across. And they were big. I mean, I wouldn't say this was a big monster, as far as like from some of the numbers that I've heard, like especially up here, but it was big enough for me to not want to be around there.
Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. And their legs are like tree trunks when you see them,
Yeah, and we could hear it actually go off into the woods as we were pulling off. We heard it, and that's what, even because I was rolling up my window, because as he was pulling around the tree, I was telling him, hold on, I want to roll my window up, and he was just getting out of there. And so it was kind of a funny moment, but that's what happened to me in Alabama, and that sparked an interest in me for a long time. And so from that point on, I started really looking into it. I've never went and looked for these creatures. I never, thought that I would know the proper way to do it, and so anyhow, we moved to Washington, up here to Washington State, back about 8 or 9 years ago. And up here in Washington State, I live up here, around Lake Stevens area. And we decided to go hunting. The first time, me and a friend of mine that I'd met through work, we decided to go hunting towards Darrington. And we were way out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the sticks. And we had set up camp behind a bunch of fall off of a mountain, a bunch of boulders, so we could block the wind from us. And so the boulders were actually very stacked real high. I mean, they were probably stacked about 14 or 15 feet high. It was really big. So it was a perfect, place to, have a windbreak. And we had something the second night we were there for 3 days, 2 nights. We had something walk down. Same thing. You could tell it was on 2 feet. It had very raspy breathing, and it growled at us. And when I say growled, I've heard bears growl. I've never heard a cat growl, but my buddy who was there with me, Chad, he said it wasn't a cat.
Chad?
And he didn't know what it was. He was the first one to start putting a round in the rifle. So I proceeded to follow his lead. And we just sat there real quiet listening to this thing as it growled at us for about probably 15 seconds, and then it walked off. And when it walked off, it was 100% on 2 feet. I dare anybody to argue that they can walk through the woods on 2 feet and make themselves sound like a deer, or vice versa. It doesn't work. And
I know that wasn't your only encounter there, but have you ever looked up the history of Darrington, that whole area? I mean,
I didn't until after this.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah,
it's pretty notorious for sightings.
Yes, it is. It's a hot spot. I think I live pretty close to some hot spots here. And in fact, I heard just recently that there was a family of them sighted coming through a field right off Smoky Point, which is just down the road from me. And so that was pretty interesting.
I didn't mean to interrupt your story. So did you and Chad leave, or did you guys end up staying?
No, we stayed because we didn't know what it was. We stayed and we hunted. And the very strange thing about this area, though, was that we did not have any signs of animal while we were up there. I think we saw 2 what do you call them, what are the birds, what are the mountain chickens? What's the bird that everybody hunts?
Turkey?
No, it's like a small chicken, like a wild chicken out in the woods. Oh, what is it called? I have to think of it.
You're not talking about a grouse, are you?
Grouse, yeah, grouse. That's what I'm talking. He was calling it a mountain chicken. I think he was doing that because I'm from Alabama.
Mountain chicken.
He kept calling it a mountain chicken. So that's the only thing we saw. And we saw plenty of bedding sites, where animals had been bedded down. We found great, wildlife trails, but there was no sign of any animal during this 3 days we were there. And we found that to be very, very strange, especially him. He's from Oregon, and he's hunted up here a lot. He's like, man, that's never happened. So we decided to try hunting again the next year. This time we decided to try hunting in Monroe. And we went to Monroe, the 2 of us again, and I dropped him off at one area. We were just scouting, before we actually were going hunting for the weekend. We were just scouting an area out. And I decided to go check out another area. I said, well, I'll pick him up in about an hour and a half. So I drove down to this area where there was a closed off gate, and I walked beyond the gate and walked up the clearing beyond the gate about 200 yards to another open clearing. And the same thing happened to me there that happened the year before, where it was just like completely dead silent, very weird. And I saw where the path continued on beyond this kind of bowl. I don't know what, just a big depression in the ground about 50 feet by 50 feet. And something just told me, don't go up there. And I had this really weird feeling. I didn't want to go up there. And the reason why I'm telling you these things is because I don't know what these things were. These are weird occurrences in the woods. That's kind of what I call them. And I can only relate them to Bigfoot because that's the only place that I've ever heard anything like this. And so as I was leaving this area, after getting this really weird feeling, like I shouldn't be up there, as I'm walking back, something started following me. And every time I would stop, it would stop. I would move, it would move. And it was 100% clearly 2 feet, without a doubt. And the way it was moving through the trees was interesting to me after thinking back on it, because it was fluidly moving through the trees. But, when I looked over into the trees, now, if the trees, like if there was a lot of more open on the other side of the trees where I could see, maybe that's the only thing that can make this possible. But from what I could see, I mean, this stuff was so thick that I don't see how anything can move through it without just making a major crashing sound. But this thing was moving through it like fluid. And that's what was so weird about it. That's what kind of freaked me out. So I actually turned halfway down and looked at the area. It stopped, the footsteps stopped, and I turned and I looked and I said, okay, I'm going to face this. What is this? I, had my gun with me, and I just sat there and stared into the woods, and I heard, crack of a little limb and another little crack, and then I just freaked out and I just took off running. So, I ran to my truck. I got in my truck and went pick Chad up, told him about the same thing. And he just made fun of me because, of what happened the year before. Well, I was able to make fun of him after this next one, because the very next year with Chad, the same guy, he decided to go elk hunting in the Olympic Peninsula. So we went up past Port Townsend, and we went way back up in the mountains there. We were really deep, and we had to hike in about 3/4 of a mile to get to where we were going to hunt. And we had set up camp a little bit a ways away from that, so we could go camp out. But we were able to get my truck up there. It was basically just an old logging road that kind of widened out at an area, and so we just made that our camping area. But as we had went up into the area where we were going to hunt and checked it out, we came back. It was getting dark real fast, and we had gotten up there kind of late, so we were like, okay, let's quickly make a fire. And as we were looking around, get firewood and stuff, and everything's wet and cold during this time of year, I started hearing movement in 3 different areas around us. Now, this was freaking me out big time. And Chad just started saying, dude, you're just freaking out, quick. He didn't want to hear me, and I kept telling him, Chad, listen, be quiet, listen. And he wouldn't shut up. He was just kind of mumbling and making fun of me. And then finally I got him to shut up and listen, because it was a nice little, you could hear something for sure. So he noticed, and he was like, yeah, there's 3 of them, whatever it is. And he chalked it off to being a deer. And I'm like, dude, that's not a deer. It's on 2 feet in all 3 areas.
2 feet. Oh my
hunters,
goodness.
sneaking up on us. So anyhow, he got me to, focus on the fire, because the sun was almost completely down. It was pretty dark. And we had tucked up the truck right next to the wood line. And on each side of the wood line, where we were, the wood line that I'm specifically talking about, you couldn't see a foot into it. It was just that big. And we had got the fire, and we had maybe a fire going about maybe 10 inches, 12 inches tall. It wasn't a big fire at all. It was just getting going. And we were both crouched down, like if you were, standing up and you just kind of crouched down, don't put your knees on the ground, but just squatted and, hold your hands out to get your hands warm by the fire. That's what we were doing. And my back was about 3 or 4 feet from the wood line. And we're sitting there warming our hands, not really saying anything. And then all of a sudden, and after thinking about this, we think it was probably within about 8 feet behind me where this happened. It sounds.
What the heck? First he has 2 feet, now he has 8 feet? This guy's crazy. Let's name this city 8 feet. Acht. What's the German for feet?
Sounded like a gunshot going off right behind me. And it was a stick breaking. It was a branch breaking.
To German.
This branch, when it broke, it sounded like a rifle round going off. And it made me, I'm in that squatted position. It made my head fall down, like, I don't know if you've seen that magician where he sneezes and it looks like his head is falling into his hands, and stuff. That's kind of how I felt, because I felt like I was going to get hit in the head by something. And Chad was in front of me looking at the wood line, and when I looked, I was kind of covering my head when this all happened, and I looked at him, and he was looking above me, and he said F, and he just took off running. And that freaked me out, and I said F, and I jumped over the fire, took off running. And we ran to the truck, and he was already in the truck loading his rifle, and he was completely freaked out. I think he actually saw something, because he would never talk about it, and he did not want me to turn the lights of my truck on when we got in the trunk. I kept saying, I'm going to turn the lights on. He says, don't turn the lights on. Do not turn the lights on. He was very adamant about this. And I didn't know what was going on. I was like, oh my gosh, and I was kind of yelling back at him, like, I told you something was there. I told you. And, what animal is going to sneak up on you, knowing that you're a human and knowing that there's 2 humans right there? What animal does that? An elk's not going to do that. A deer's not going to do that. Will a bear do that? I don't know. I'm not real sure, but whatever did this is the most interesting thing after thinking about this, that the branch or whatever it broke was not broke in a fashion of, like, if you can think about pulling on a branch, all of us have broken branches before, and when you pull them, they'll have a loud pop, but you'll hear all that fiber pop too. You'll hear all the fiber pull, and pop. This was just like a single pow, and that was it. There was no preface to the sound coming at all. It was just instantly pow, and that scared me to death. I have never had anything like that happen before in my life, and the only thing I can contribute to, because it was definitely up probably around what we figured, what Chad told me, it was probably about 7 or 8 feet in the air where the sound came from, where he was looking. But again, I think he actually saw something in the wood line and just never wanted to talk about it. Because since then, he actually lives down in Texas now. And he works for another company that travels around all over the United States setting up CNC machines. So I haven't gotten him to come clean on what he's actually saw. I'm hoping one day I can get him to do that. So
Yeah, it is terrifying when you hear that pop. You know, I've heard it before, and it does sound like a gun going off. I mean, it really does. And that's close. You hear about them sneaking in on camps like that all the time. Obviously, you didn't see what it was, but I mean, what else could it be? It wasn't a person. And I don't know about a black bear. I mean, I think if they're that close, they're going to come in. If a predator's that close, it's going to come in. Just like your other encounter where they circle the camp. I mean, I've heard that type of encounter I can't even tell you how many times. And they do this weird thing where they'll circle your camp and kind of close in on you and kind of get closer and closer, but they'll stay just outside of the light, the firelight. It's creepy, man. It's real creepy. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that, I've never had anything like that happen before. I mean, that was something that, when you try to explain it, you try to debunk it, you try to, figure out, what the most practical thing it could have been. It doesn't make any sense. And the weirdest thing about it is getting there, how did it get so close without us hearing it? I don't really believe in coincidences. I'm not one to really believe in them. And for a branch to be broke like that close to us, doesn't make any sense to me. There's nothing that comprehends that was a purposely broke branch by something. It wasn't like, oh, there's a big fat owl sitting up there and the branch broke or something, like that, or a big bear up there. We didn't hear anything hit the ground. I mean, what we heard was a pow, and then it was completely dead quiet. You didn't even hear it might have happened, but I don't remember hearing the branch even hitting the ground or anything. We just heard the pow, and that was it. We took off running with our tails between our legs. We we didn't want nothing to do with it because whatever that was way more powerful than we were. I mean, it sounded as if, I don't know if you've ever took a 2x4 and jumped up and broke it.
What the heck?
It could be a real loud pop. A good fresh 2x4. And you like place it between two center blocks and jump up and break it. If it's a good one, it'll pop real good. But if it just doesn't splinter. I mean, this was like a loud pop, so it was very unusual, very very unusual. And then we hiked in that morning around 3:30 into our hunting area, and it was completely dead again. Nothing going on at all. We didn't see a single animal, and there was tracks everywhere the day before. So, we don't know what was going on. So actually, Chad was making fun of me, saying that, or kind of ragging me, saying every time I go out, something weird happens, and that's never happened in all my years of hunting.
Yeah, it's your fault. It's your fault all of a sudden.
Exactly. Yeah. But there was another encounter, something else that happened just most recently, and this is up high around Easton, Washington, high in the mountains. Me and a group of friends, a newly acquired group of friends, had went camping around Labor Day weekend. It was okay. So there were some people out there. They were running their side by sides and their motorcycles and stuff. But no one was. We were the only ones camping in this area, and it was in a pretty dried up creek bed at the time. There was a small amount of water going through there, but it was pretty dried up at the time. They told me that after the snow melts from the next season, it'll be rushing. But right now, because of the time of season, it was just low. And we were there for a few nights, and we had one morning, woke up to about 5:30 in the morning. I was in a hammock sleeping. I felt so vulnerable. And there was in fact, the first night I freaked out so much I slept in the truck. I was too scared to sleep in the hammock. And there was a guy in a tent, and then the couple was in the truck. And I was woken up, and Tony, who was in the tent, was woke up by in the creek just right, and we were camped right next to the creek, and there was rock clacking going on about 5:30 in the morning, and that got our attention big time. And then we found a bunch of prints, some rock stacks. Could that have been human? Absolutely, but the prints were not human at all. Absolutely not. The dimensions were way out of proportion, and I'll send you some of those pictures too. And also, the second time we went up to this spot, we and I wasn't part of this. I had just climbed into the tent to go to bed, and the other three that were there started singing "Living on a Prayer" really loud. That's what alcohol does to you a little bit. And right after they finished, within probably, I don't know the exact time, maybe 10, 15 minutes or something like that, maybe 5 minutes, I can't really remember, they got whooped at from across the way, across the creek. They heard a bunch of whoops that were coming from the tree line up there. And where we were at, there's no one out there. We knew there was no one out there, and it's just a lot of strange
Oh
stuff.
my
There's been
god, this
rock
guy's got a
throwing out
gun.
there, and previous camping ventures out there by us, had rocks thrown and stuff. So it's a pretty interesting area. And actually, we found the area from one of your previous shows. We knew where this area was, and we went out there. We're not looking for them again. We're just camping, having fun, but we like to go and kind of scare ourselves a little bit. And so, yeah, and we're just older big kids, I guess you could say, and
Yeah,
we just like to go out there, have fun.
yeah. Be careful in those areas, though. Be
Oh,
real
yeah.
careful because these things are so unpredictable. And the areas that you're going to, there is a lot of activity. What do you think that they are? I'm kind of curious, James, on your opinion. What do you think that these things actually are?
I thought about this a lot, and I'm gonna throw some stuff out here and then try to weave it together. I love what MK Davis has said. I like what Indian tradition says. And what I mean by what MK Davis said, he believes that what is it, the Blue Ridge Mountain Bigfoot? I forget the guy's name. The one of the most famous footages of it walking.
Yeah.
He's going, oh Jesus,
Right.
when he sees it. Yeah, can't remember his name. Anyhow, he's MK Davis thinks that's a real giant. And that's what he called it. That's a real giant. And then like Patty is a hybrid. I'm definitely on board with the Sasquatch Genome Project. I believe that's a absolutely 100% legitimate, study done with good science and good lab work. I don't see anything faulty in the lab work. The only thing I see is people poo-pooing all over the results.
Poo-pooing.
And, and they said that, and most of the people say the results were contaminated. Well, the Dr. Ketchum, who was the head of the study, she showed that these samples were cleaned, and you can actually clean the samples. And if you have a dirty sample, it will show up after you get your results back.
What?
And so everything that that the Genome Project did, I think is absolutely legit. Which means that the mitochondrial DNA was human female. I think it might even been native. I'm not sure about that, but then the nuclear DNA was unknown. They'd never seen anything like it. And so to me, that makes a lot of sense. And now where could you go from there? I mean, that's where you could get real crazy and start going off into the Nephilim and, the Raphaim and, all that stuff. And I don't know where to go from there. I just know that I do not believe they are an ape. Let's just put it that way. I typically apes, especially when you look at feet, apes don't have human-looking feet. I don't know of any ape that has a human-looking foot. Most apes have, a distended big toe, like a hand. And, these footprints are very human-like. And so, and then when you add in the Sierra sounds and all that, it's just, we've got something unique. It's, what can I call them, a people? I don't know. But I don't believe they're just an ape. I believe they're something more than an ape. And that's really the best thing I could say. I'm not going to shut my mind to, something, what's the simplest thing in this case. This is where I think you got to keep a pretty open mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that they're an ape either, and I've thought about that too. I remember one time I was sitting in front of my desk and I had all these casts sitting there, and I thought the same thing you did. I was really looking at them and I was like, man, these are on a large scale human footprints. But they do. I understand why people say ape though, because a lot of their behavior sometimes does act like an ape, like a non-human primate. A lot of what the way they vocalize, throwing things at you, a lot of their behavior is. But you're right, a lot of their behavior is not ape-like, like the Sierra sounds or like Claire's encounter. You hear her in the intro of the show, and she's saying they were chattering back and forth. And when I asked her, did it sound like the Sierra sound? She's like, absolutely. That's exactly what I heard. So it does make you. I think you're right. I think it is something very unique. My next question is, where do they come from? If once we figure out what they are, where does it come from? And there's more questions than answers. The more you get into this, the more questions you have than answers. And anyone that has all the answers for you is probably lying to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not disagree with that one bit, because you can't pin. What's interesting is you can't pin any one thing down with these things. Nothing, not a single thing.
Yeah.
There's not a single thing about them you can pin down. Every time you think you've pinned down one little part of them, whether it's looks, footprint, voice, whatever, whatever it is, then it gets thrown all out of whack, by something else that you hear about. And so it's a fascinating subject. I mean, I'm totally fascinated with it. And I'd just like to throw something out here that, and I might get his name wrong, and I hope I'm not getting his name wrong, but Steve Isdall, is that his name, from How to Hunt?
How to Hunt, yeah.
Yeah, I am super supportive of him and what he's doing, because he's trying to bring some credibility back to the Bigfoot groups, people who are interested in this. I think that's a fantastic thing he's doing, and I'm in full support of it. Just to make that known, and he didn't ask me to do this. I don't even know him, but I like where he's going with it, because that's I think the biggest problem with the whole subject itself, with people that call themselves researchers. If those people that call themselves researchers had just an easy, open mind and could take in what witnesses are actually saying and go from there, there'd be a whole lot more respect in the whole field, I think. But you have too many people that have agendas, biased agendas at that, and it causes problems, and then they start crapping all over each other. And I've never even been to a single Bigfoot conference, but I hear about all this stuff, and I'm like, man, it doesn't sound good. It does not sound good for the interest, but of the subject. But here's the thing: when it comes down to it, we know these things are real. We have all the evidence. Period. The evidence is there. The DNA's evidence is there. The scat evidence is there. The hair evidence is there. The footprints evidence is there. We know they're there. It's a fact. What are they? That's the big question.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. And you're right. Steve on his YouTube is How to Hunt. If anyone wants to check it out, Steve's actually a really nice guy. I've talked to him in the past, and he does have legitimate encounters. I mean, this guy's seen some stuff, and I know he gets a lot of crap, but Steve's actually a really nice guy. But have you ever thought about going back out to these areas? Have you been back out since you had these type of encounters?
Yeah, actually, like I said, we don't go out to look for these things, but we like to put ourselves out there. And I can't remember the researcher that you've had on one time. He was one of the few that you like, and nice guy. But I agree with him. If you want to go look for these things, you don't go looking for them. You just put yourself out there and act like a human, and then pay attention to your surroundings. And that's what you got to do. And that's what happens. But we don't go to regular camping areas. We go out in the sticks when we go camping, and that might be another reason why we get the situations that we get, is because we're not really out there where regularly there people are out there. So it's an interest to whatever animal may be coming in to look at us. It's like, hey, what are these guys doing? Come to check us out.
Yeah.
So I'd be foolish to say that it's not risky, but I do believe it is risky. And we usually are going out there pretty safe. We're well armed. so we don't go out there looking for trouble, but we go out there and want to pay attention. And I think the guy that that did the tent study, where he put the recorder in the tent.
Oh yeah, Randy Harrington. Yeah.
I love what he's done. I've paid attention to a lot of his work, and I love what he's done. And we're going to try to maybe duplicate that a little bit. I'm looking at buying some really good audio recording equipment that can be left out, for 24 to 48 hours at a time. And I'm wanting to do that. Just it's just for my own self enjoyment. I mean, I don't. Anybody ask me about Bigfoot, I'll tell them. And if you think I'm crazy, oh well, that's your opinion. That's okay. I don't mind. Yeah. I'm not out to keep up with the Joneses or anything like that. I'm just a easygoing Southern boy that, had some weird things happen to him and now has a little bit of interest in finding out what it is. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me know if you get anything, and be safe while you're out there. And I appreciate you coming on.
That one was pretty tame, all things considered. Patches? What the heck is that? What the heck is the kitty playing with? Okay, I do have a couple of other non-big feats related things that I wanted to check out. He's got 3 Mercury. I think we'll go ahead and do that. Let's see if I can get a little bit more money out of him. Okay, how about just one then? Not 3. I guess that's better than nothing. I should have just taken the 6 when I had the chance.
Economics is a subject that does not greatly respect one's wishes.
Okay, the next one I had in mind was from... what's her name again? Authentic Observer. Do we coddle teenagers? I think my position and my conclusion is pretty set in stone for a handful of reasons. It's definitely not easy being a teenager these days, but let's go see what kinds of things she talks about that I may not have yet considered, or that I don't think are as big of an issue.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. So as you can tell, the quality is not great, and that's because my sister has once again stolen my camera. So I'm filming this on my laptop. Hopefully the sound should be good. Yeah, or alright at least, but it'll be a bit fuzzy, but you know, hopefully we can put up with that. It doesn't matter so much because this isn't a scripted video. I was thinking about doing a scripted video, and I was like, I just want to talk about this. I feel it'd be better in a more conversational format, and if I feel I need to in the future, maybe I will do a like structured, argumentative full video on this. But yeah, I just wanted to address a few things that people have been bringing up in regards to. So I want to clarify my position. That's what I want to do. When I was talking about the potential to exploit like 18-year-olds, teenagers, or young adults, basically, and me saying that, well, it's incredibly easy to do. They're just out of childhood, and that I think it's, unless you're really careful about it, and depending on how big the age difference, it's very easy for it to be inherently predatory, and manipulative, and exploitative. So I wanted to talk properly about my position, because some people are kind of conflating this with the conversations then become about, well, we don't want to infantilize young adults, and you know, that's, you know what okay, so I want to talk about this and explain. And I also think it's an interesting conversation. There's several different kind of avenues to go down. So I do want to read part of an email that I was talking to someone about, that someone had messaged me. So this isn't, and I won't say his name because I don't know if you want me to say it. So,
what the heck? I'm gonna be fucking sieged by barbarians over here. Holy Christ. What in the world?
This is, yeah. The reason being because, okay. I'll establish. So it's a very respectful email. I'm not doing this to be like, fuck you, you're an idiot. It's not that kind of video. But I wanted to read out part of it just because it probably condenses like a few separate arguments that other people had. Because I've seen this kind of comment kind of crop up a few times along with some other stuff, so I just wanted to kind of fully like explain, because I understand the point where some people are coming from, so I want to explain kind of what I mean, what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna just say, so the person sent me this email, we were having a good conversation. So if I get like, because I might well do, if I get like angry or start ranting in this, which I probably will, I suspect that will happen at some point. It's not like this is, or if I call people idiots at any point, that'll be probably because of the more stupid or annoying kind of other comment. This is not directed at you, basically. The person sent me the email. It's very like respectful, like sensible email. That's my point. This is just, you know, if it gets ranty, it's also because of some people saying very silly things. So it's not. I'm using part of the email to just because it like says quite well, lays it out quite well. In terms of various different points of view people have brought up, but it's not a response to you and this email. It's just because I want to clarify my position, because this is something a few people have said. So I'll just read out, because I'll just read out part of this. So you've said, yeah, a small number of things have actually cropped up in your videos that I slightly disagree with you on, probably the biggest one being your view on teens being adults. My view is, sure, 18-year-olds are legally adults, but since I'm really big on natural law, my view is that human laws don't matter when it comes to morality. I think someone is an adult when they've stopped growing. I base my view on biology.
What? A human is an adult when they stop growing. I don't think a human ever stops growing. I feel like that's a pretty... what's the word? I guess it's like... It always feels strange to me when people sort of have this... this idea that there's a finite amount of change and growth that a person can have, which I always find super, super bizarre. As if you're one thing, you'll always be that one thing. If you committed a crime once, you're always a criminal. There's no redemption. It's always like a sort of a strange idea. We'll see what her argument against that email is.
It also just seems like the logical stance. How can someone still be a child when they are fully grown? I don't blame you for thinking of your 18-year-old sister as a child. I think the problem is the way society treats this subject.
18-year-olds are very immature. 18-year-olds can be very immature as well. I don't know. Just because you've been alive for 18 years around on this planet going around the sun, I don't think that's necessarily any indication of your ability to be an adult. And I mean, legally you are, but mentally and emotionally you probably are not. So that's pretty... I wonder what kind of person this individual is who sent in this email and wrote this. It sounds really like someone who lacks experience in dealing with people, or being reflective and thinking back on themselves at a younger age. Well, we'll see if she has similar ideas, because I would imagine she would. So we'll have a look.
It seems to me like the people in power for the past few decades want everyone as helpless as possible, and part of that is increasing the age of adulthood higher and higher. We wouldn't think of people fully biologically grown as children if we actually expect...
I have too many things to just throw in there immediately in response to this email, so I'll just let her keep going. We'll try to pause it less and less.
...people to act like adults once they're fully grown. So I agree with parts of that. I'm going to explain, because I think part of this is like people misunderstanding my position, what I'm talking about, and part of it, yeah. So, okay, I'll just start off with a few. I've kind of got notes here, and we'll see kind of where it goes, if this become a conversation. So, just in terms of someone's a full adult once they've stopped growing, if you're going purely off biology, well, by that logic, doesn't a premature puberty make someone an adult? So I knew a girl who started puberty at 9, and she was biologically fully developed as a very young teen, like physically. like, I mean, is she an adult then?
The three great
Is she
elements of modern...
like, is she, because she's biologically fully grown? If that's, because I would count it way more in terms of mental maturity. I think that's a massive factor. So is she then fully grown? Is she then, can she go out into the world as an adult? Can she have adult relationships with adult men as a young teen? Because she's biologically, prematurely, like, fully developed and fully grown. But also, even if from a biological aspect, so, I mean, your brain isn't properly developed until your mid-20s, right? That, I mean, and again, can I just, I'm not arguing that for people only to become legal adults by the time they hit, like, 25. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if we're going off that, conclude that it's biologically fully grown, okay, even if I take that, even if I agree with that kind of premise, then it's like, well, yeah, so part of the physical body, biological, is your brain, which isn't, so even by that, then actually you can't count 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds as fully grown adults, because they're not, because their brains aren't fully developed yet. Is the first thing that I would say. Also, you don't suddenly reach adulthood over... Like, I agree with the fact that it's like someone doesn't just become an adult when they're 18, like it's about when you're fully grown, but the point of that is, yes, it's a process then, isn't it? So it's not just like you wake up one day... and I understand this, you know, in human law, we've got to have an age point where we say, well, we agree, okay, this person is now an adult. But yes, it's also right. It's like, well, when they're fully grown. But when does that happen? When do they become fully grown? Because it doesn't just happen in a second. Suddenly you're fully grown. It's like it's a gradual process. And how can you define the moment when they are suddenly fully grown from one moment to the next? Like it's a slow process. So that's kind of like I feel like this almost supports my point more than it disproves my point. In terms that people who are very newly adults, yeah, we can't treat them as if like. Expect that they're full-on adults. And hang on, because I'm going to get into more of this and talk about infantilizing young adults, because I agree.
Bolt actions speak louder than words.
Is Japan trying to fuck me over? Does he finally want to fight? He's sending his knight directly into my pike. I should probably move. My trebuchet a little further away from the front lines, just in case. And yeah, about this, regarding this idea, it's really bizarre. That someone just instantly becomes an adult at a certain moment. I don't know anybody who actually thinks that way. It's not as if you reach 18 years old or 20 years old and you're handed the instruction booklet on how to be an adult, the adult user manual. And even if that were the case, I am fairly certain a vast majority of people would probably not read it. Additionally, if there actually were an adult user manual, there would probably be so much content in there that people would not be able to read through all of it, apply all of it, remember all of it, or use all of it. The person who argues like that or thinks like that must have this mindset that it's like a video game where you level up to level 18 and then you instantly have all of this additional wealth of knowledge in a heartbeat. You don't have to experience things. You don't have to work for it. You don't have to make mistakes in order to learn better ways of doing things. I find it really strange, but oh shit, I can upgrade this to Bombard. I find it really strange that there are people who either don't think that far or are more of an armchair anthropologist when it comes to trying to figure out how people learn things. I guess that's more of a pedagogy than anthropology. Trying to figure out how we know what we know. But whatever, this isn't a university course.
That's also a problem. But my point really with this, what I'm arguing, and I know I said in that video, and a lot of people putting these criticisms at me are the ones who've just seen my short video that I uploaded before on Andrew Tate, and the teenage girl thing, as opposed to my longer video where I feel like I explained then. I went on to expand more on my views in more depth, but quite a lot of those comments are from just that video. People are saying you can't infantilize young people, because I did say kids. I still think it's fair to describe 18 and 19-year-olds as kids, because they kind of are. Also, yes, they're adults, but that's the point. It's kind of it's like a weird liminal state where you kind of are both in different ways. But my point is with that isn't necessarily that they aren't adults or that we should push off adulthood until later. That's not my point. My argument is that adulthood is a process, and from 17 to 18, you don't suddenly snap into being a grown-up. I'm a bit confused why people find this controversial, that I'm saying that, hey, 18-year-olds are more easily manipulated and immature than someone even a couple of years older, in their early 20s. Because 18-year-olds have literally just become an adult. Their whole lives, they're used to adults telling them what to do, and then suddenly, like, I'm kind of confused why so many people are like, act like this is like the wildest take they've ever heard. I don't know, like, maybe not acting like that, but that are just like, is it controversial for me to say that, hey, 18-year-olds aren't adults, like in the same way that people in their mid-20s are adults? Is that a controversial thing to say? I didn't realize that was I mean, that seems not only is, to me, does that seem like an uncontroversial take, but also an incredibly obvious one.
It's actually it's making me think of so many people. Maybe the person who wrote this email is a forever indoor gamer who never steps outside, who never interacts with people, who has no relationships, either with people they knew in school or who have never met new people after leaving school. Because one of my biggest issues with people is that they still behave as if they're in high school, because I think a lot of people do not grow up from the high school mentality, and they don't know how this person who wrote this email hasn't experienced that themselves, that where everybody who's 18 or older is instantly in a mature adult capable of expressing their ideas, capable of coming to logical conclusions, capable of being literate in the modern world, without, can I get this guy a musketeer? Without some hurdles along the way. I'm so just flabbergasted by the kind of person who wrote this. It's like, does this guy just never has he never talked to anybody since he left high school? Has he only ever talked to old people and seniors who are 60 and 50 years old, who have a lot more experience in their lives? Because that's sort of what it feels like. That's the vibe I'm getting from the person who's written this email.
I don't know. So my point is, and again, I'm going to go a bit all over the place here because I haven't scripted this or structured this, because there's a few things I wanted to discuss, because I think it's an interesting conversation. So, but can I, like, I want to clarify, and I'll hopefully, go into and expand on this more. I'm not arguing, I've got some notes, so I'm not arguing for infantilizing young adults. Okay, I actually agree. I think young adults should be given more responsibility, and that it would actually help them be less.
Yes, I 100% agree with that.
Less easily manipulated. I actually agree. So I think the problem is, I think some people have heard what I'm saying and assumed, oh, you want to push off adulthood until really late. Like, let's coddle everyone. Helicopter parenting. Which is, I mean, it's just kind of funny as well. I don't know, people don't and can see it, but if people knew, like, how, either how I was with my little sister or how my parents raised us all, which is very free-range, hands-off kind of parenting, very much lots of, like, okay, so the thing is, yeah, I agree. I think kids should be given more responsibility, and young adults. I think they should, and that it would actually help them be less easily manipulated. But here's the
Oh hey, at the cat watches. When did you get in here?
Here's the key point. But a teenager dating someone decades older isn't more responsibility. If anything, that's the infantilization where they...
No. This dumb bitch doesn't get it. A teenager dating a 50-year-old, a 30-year-old, that makes her so much more mature. Oh my god, she's so cool. You know that one girl in high school who had a boyfriend in college? Whoa, he's so cool. Whoa, she's so cool. They're so mature. Nah, I think usually that happens because the guy is a loser and can't get any girls in college. So that's quite a bizarre idea. Take a seat right over there. I think one of the ones that people keep talking about often is the one where he brings the pizza over, and then he's like, "What are you doing? Why did you come here to meet a 14-year-old girl?"
They can stay the baby forever. Do you kind of get what I'm kind of getting at here? That's not them having, oh, they're suddenly an adult now. We got to let, the 18-year-olds. We shouldn't, think is there something weird going on if there's someone who's 35 dating an 18-year-old? Let's pretend there's no power dynamic. That's the attitude that I'm getting from people that's a bit annoying. It's like, hey, let's pretend that when they suddenly turned 18, they became a fully functioning adult, as soon as even, and that we should hold them to all the same standards as, people in their, 20s.
Okay, while you are here, Mr. at the Cat Watches, I'm gonna go ahead and watch that video that you linked me the other day. I wanted to watch it yesterday, but I just completely forgot. It's not this one, right? It's not the prophecy of Russia marching all over Europe. Okay, here we go. Most common problems I see in confession. Let's go have a look at this one. This seems like a pretty cool video. I see dudes kneeling in front of another dude, so that seems pretty interesting. Hopefully, it does not get me removed from the YouTubes and the Twitches. Okay, let's start with this one. Yeah, Prophecy of Russia is cool too. Okay, let's start with this one first, because we are playing a religious game here. We have the religion of Thighdeology. And the holy city is Euronafits. And we are currently trying to... our holy city of Thighdeology was overcome by the Buddhists. And so I thankfully spread my thighs religion to these other cities here so that my religion can still survive for a little longer. So I'm going to try to grab a holy city here in .eyes red so I can make a new apostle to further spread the ideology and kill these Buddhist missionaries here. Try to reclaim the holy land of Euronafits into the religion of ideology. Get rid of these awful Buddhists and Japanese, kick them off my lands, and hopefully later we can declare war on Japan. I could probably fight them now and kill them right now, but I kind of feel, well, they have 4 crossbows, 2 samurai, 1 knight. Okay, I've been saving up a bit more money, so maybe I can get a bit more military, and then I can fight Japan. This crossbow is like, this pikeman's in a really bad spot. He's gonna get hit by like all 4 crossbows. We're gonna have to like slowly push out. Okay, I think I'm gonna put the bombard here in this fort. He's got another knight up here in Okayama. Okay, well, we'll see how we get through that. The Thighs Queen of Thizengard. Yes, I should have called it Thizengard. We have to recapture Thizengard. Let's do that. Let's rename Yorona Feats to Yorona Thizengard. Thizengard. We must recapture Thizengard and purify it. Relinquish this Buddhist cancer. This Buddhist plague. Does YouTube's and Twitch's give strikes for being overly religious? No, just I was just I was just memeing on the thumbnail for that video. Let me pull that back up. Jamie, pull that shit up. This thumbnail here. This guy being on his knees. I was just being a memer. Also, is this the kind of video you'd like to discuss as well? Because what I could do is I could have a I can make a new voice chat in the server. You have to like agree to my terms that you won't say any slurs. You will limit your bad words. You will try to not get me banned or get me striked, and we can discuss the topic at hand.
One of the most grace-filled parts of my life as a priest is hearing confessions. There in the
What? Grace-filled? One of the most grace-filled parts of my life as a priest is hearing confessions? What the heck? I'm pretty sure... Okay, correct me if I am wrong, Mr. at the Cat Watches, but isn't there wasn't there a debate that you could just confess directly to God, but then the church, I believe it's the Catholic Church, tried to enforce it so that you had to confess to a priest instead, and that would actually work? But then that sort of gives more of a controlling element to the church over your confessions. Yes, me was a good kid in Zelda stream. Yeah, you were a good companion during the Zelda stream. I have no issues with your time sharing the call with the Zelda playthrough.
The privacy of the confessional is a sacred space, a space where people can...
The privacy of the confessional is a sacred place. This guy's getting head, right? That's what he's saying, right? He's getting head in the confessional, right?
Bear
that's what I'm hearing.
Their souls without hesitation, who can speak to God with sorrow, with hope of a holier future. I obviously can't tell you the specifics of any one experience, but I will say that there are moments in the confessional that remind me why I became a priest. Unfortunately, these moments are sprinkled between a wide variety of other experiences that are good in their own right, but a bit more challenging, sometimes frustrating, occasionally humorous, but often very disappointing. While I'd never want to disparage someone's faith, you showing up to the confessional is a good thing, and I want to affirm that. I do think that it's important to teach and to form consciences. I experience a lot of people who come to the confessional with great earnest, but have no idea what they're doing, have extremely malformed
Everything he is saying can be taken out of context. Oh, so is this priest a shitposting channel? Is he actually a priest who intentionally says things that can be taken out of context? Is that why you watch this guy? That's why you like this to me?
consciences and even abuse the sacrament. Somewhat.
Okay, he's totally preparing for war. Fuck this guy, dude. Fuck the Japanese. The Japanese are not to be trusted. They are an untrustworthy bunch. I tell you what. Let's get our military on the way. Oh wait, that's good though, because then I can kill these guys. I can kill these missionaries. These evil, vile Buddhist missionaries. Cleanse the land of them.
But ironically, though, the confessional isn't really the most appropriate place to fix the issues we often see in the confessional. Just like you wouldn't talk to a grieving spouse about eschatology and God's plan through death, critiquing someone's confession as they're bearing their soul isn't the most opportune time.
Yeah, I gotta... Thighdeology in Thizengard is being assaulted by these missionaries who are in position to continue to claim the thighs, Zingard.
For this reason, and for your entertainment, I posted this TikTok video today of stereotypical situations I encounter regularly in the sacrament. It's meant to be lighthearted. I don't mean to make fun of anyone. It's just an opportunity to have a chuckle at some of the absurdity of our lives, but it's also about creating a point of contact for growth. My hope is that people see these stereotypes, ask about their own approach to the sacrament, and come to a fuller expression of it. Now, obviously there's never a one-size-fits-all in the confessional, and the scenes I depict are intentionally
There's no one-size-fits-all in the confessional. So he takes all sizes of confessions.
exaggerated, but I hope they'll still be helpful in illustrating what can go wrong and how we can still find grace in it. Father, I brought a list. Do you mind if I read from that? Sure, go ahead. Great, thanks.
Oh, that's me. I have a massive major list. Almost as big as my...
I was late for mass, didn't say all my prayers, got distracted, had bad thoughts, cussed, cursed, littered, gossip, was disrespectful to my parents, ate meat on... So admittedly, I've never had a list quite that...
Oh, there he goes. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot to move... I completely forgot to move that pikeman. Okay, well...
Apart from the sanity.
This is my favorite part of the game, where we get to kill all the Japanese. Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
This long, but I have had some long lists. It is not uncommon for teenagers to bring in a list of 35 sins long, rattling them off like an auctioneer. This, to me, is not ideal. For one, strictly canonically speaking, it's just not necessary. The only sins that absolutely need to be mentioned explicitly are mortal sins, which is not what's filling up these lists. There can be a fear sometimes, I think, that if you forget any little thing that the confession doesn't count, but this is just untrue. More importantly, I think it treats God like an accountant or lawyer, keeping track of every little thing, more concerned with checking a box than with contrition. That list might be 35 sins long, but I can guarantee you that no one feels serious contrition for all of them. Often they're listing them because it was on some examination of conscience card and they believe that they have to say it. What I like to do sometimes is to tell them to put the list away and to look to their hearts. What is it that's weighing on you most right now? Sometimes it helps to frame it in a different way. If Jesus were to return right now, what would get in the way of you following?
I'm actually kind of angry that I forgot about this pikeman. He was on the hill, so I thought he'd be fine, but 4 fucking crossbows, dude. Unreal.
Him completely. It's amazing, but that's often when the confession starts. They start to share from their heart, with true contrition, true remorse, and sometimes it's about things that weren't even on their list. That is what God wants. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I have said some uncharitable things towards my coworkers, gossip behind some people's backs, watched some inappropriate TikToks, cheated on my wife, ate too many sweets, and said some really bad words. I just feel horrible. That last one is such a bad habit, I've got to stop. This one isn't as common as the list, but it always blows my mind when I see it. They'll come up with a long list of things or spend a lot of time talking about some little insignificant sin and then try to slip in the real serious one in the middle. Did you think I wasn't gonna notice? Come on. Sometimes I'll try to get them to identify the gravity of the sin themselves, asking the same question as before, what's weighing on you the most right now? But that usually doesn't work in this situation.
Yeah, I watch a lot of inappropriate TikToks as well. However, I have a very good reason. It is for work, okay? Father, my work requires that I perform market research, which requires that I investigate what would typically be considered inappropriate TikToks and other such inappropriate videos. However, do know that I am doing it for the glory of God.
They just don't know, and so they'll come back, oh, the swearing for sure, it's a terrible habit. Not so much. In these situations, I have to gently point out to them that not all sins are equal, and in fact, only one of them is a mortal sin. It can be uncomfortable at times, but I suspect that in most cases, people aren't trying to be malicious or deceitful, they're just embarrassed, and so I try to tread lightly. They didn't have to come to confession, they didn't have to say that sin, but they did. That shows contrition, and sometimes that's enough.
Father, I feel horrible. I've committed a lot of mortal sins this week. I wasn't entirely truthful to my parents about where I went last night. I saw some bad pictures online and didn't immediately click away. I accidentally drank too much at a party.
Yeah, I saw some bad pictures online and I didn't immediately click away because my hand was somewhere else instead of on the mouse. Yeah, ubu.
The other night and received communion without fully participating in the Mass. I'm horrible.
This would be the opposite. I can't tell you how many times someone has said, Father, I've committed so many mortal sins, only to find that there is nothing even remotely grave about their actions. In order for a sin to be a mortal sin, 3 criteria must be met. It must deal with grave matter, have full knowledge, and give complete consent. Now, moral theologians will debate what exactly grave means, but really, it's got to be serious. I ask people, do you think that this action destroys charity in the heart, turns you away from God, and cuts you off from God's grace in the sacraments? Because that's what a mortal sin does. When you frame it in this way, in a relational way, it seems just ridiculous to call what so many people do as mortal sins. It's clearly not.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 2 days since my last confession. It's been 3 days since my last confession. It's been 1 day since my last confession. Hey, Father, it's me again. I was here 3 hours ago, but I remembered something I have to...
What the heck? That's you. You were here 3 hours ago.
Sadly, this is probably the most common problem I see in confession, and where the sacrament is absolutely abused. I want to be charitable, loving, and patient, but it can be very tiring to hear the same person confess the same sins, often extremely minor, multiple times a week. So, for those situations, let me say 3 things. The first is that, in many cases, this is less of an issue of religion or faith, and more of an issue of mental health. It's a form of OCD, and so I must remind myself and the penitent over and over to be patient. I'm not going to fix them in one confession, nor are they going to be perfect after the absolution prayer. Sometimes I just need to meet them where they are, hear their confession, and accept that they're probably going to be back tomorrow. Once I've gotten to know someone a bit though, heard their confession a few times, and formed a relationship, I might try to remind them that the Eucharist takes away venial sins. It's not necessary to go to confession every time you go to Mass, or every time you...
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. My last confession was 2 minutes ago. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you constantly go back to confession every 2 minutes to get on your knees in front of the Father again and again and again and again.
commit a minor sin, for Mass is itself a sacrament of reconciliation. Read numbers 1393 and 1394 of the Catechism and trust what the Church teaches. But really, the issue is far deeper than that. I often have to ask people, do you believe that God loves you? Do you really believe this? Because at the heart of scrupulosity, for so many, is nothing more than fear. It's a faith that's not confident enough to accept that God loves us for who we are, not for what we do. Until you can accept that God loves you, not because you are sinless, but because He made you, no confession is ever going to be enough. And that's sad.
I've sinned against the 3rd, the 6th, and the 8th commandments. For these and all my sins, I'm heartily sorry.
Okay, look. I don't need explicit details. Especially for sexual sins, I don't need names or a play-by-play. I don't want that. But I do need to know what we're talking about.
What? He doesn't want... What the heck? How does samurai live? Get the heck out of here, you fucking samurai. Piece of shit. What do you say? I was gonna say something and then... This evil, vile Japanese dude got in the way.
I don't need explicit details. Especially...
Oh, yeah, right. He doesn't want the explicit... The details? That's the best part. What the heck?
For sexual sins, I don't need names or a play-by-play. I don't want that. But I do need to know what we're talking about here. The 6th commandment covers a lot of possibilities with a wide variety of implications. Generally what I do is say, put it into one of 3 categories. This is something that existed in my head, This is an action I did alone, or this is an action I did with another. That gives me something to work with, at least a minimum baseline to go on. Now, frankly, I would love it if everyone just stated their sins without shame. I'm a firm believer that if you want to address a sin, you've got to be able to name it. I know it might seem embarrassing, but trust me on this one. You probably haven't done something I haven't already heard before. Name it. Clearly indirect.
That reminds me, in high school, we had to do I'm pretty sure as required by law in this Jesuit school, we had to do a sex ed thingy, and then all the other dudes were so spooked of saying cock or pee-pee. And then it was a woman. She said, "You can call it whatever you want. I've heard all the names," and it's probably like one of those thingies where she would say, "If you call it something that I haven't heard, you get a prize." That'd be a pretty cool way to phrase it.
Correctly, and let's move on.
Father, I've been dealing with a lot of anger lately. My son has just made such bad decisions. He got in trouble with the cops the other day.
I didn't read your other one. Father, let me tell what I was looking at and what I was doing. Yeah, how detailed do you go with your confessions? Since you attend your weekly confessions without fail. How thorough are you in your honesty and in your search for repent?
I think it's his new girlfriend. She's got tattoos and she dresses like a floozy. I don't understand these kids. And my husband, he's been swearing a lot and drinking and he missed work. And you know my sister Rebecca? Yeah, Rebecca. I don't even think she goes to mass anymore. You should probably know that. Ugh.
Now, I really don't mean to be mean on this one or to stereotype too much, but this is a mom thing. I've seen it so many times. A concerned mother will come in and share everyone's sins but her own. And on one level, I get it. They see people they...
That seems like the kind of thing my mom would do. Share everybody's sin but their own. It's, I can tell that that's what she'd do because she always tells people everything about me. Even things that I prefer that they not say, because some people just can't help but open their fucking mouth. Sometimes they need to be, they have yet to learn the value of humility and or the value of being told something by someone that probably is their story to tell, is their thing to say, is their thing to share, not yours.
They love hurting themselves, they feel powerless, and they hope that God will fix their problems. But that's just not the purpose of the confessional. I do my best to listen for even the littlest bit of contrition in the penitent's voice, but if it becomes more gossip than confession, I'll have to gently interject and remind them that this is about their soul, not their friends. We can pray for their family, and if...
Yeah, I think that those are my least favorite people when it comes to family. It's like, bleh. You know, not the entire fucking world has to know, but I guess it's not really her fault. She's just the kind of person who just has to talk. She just can't be in a room, quiet, enjoying the presence of other people. She has to... Her mouth has to be constantly yapping away. Oh shit, I can get line infantry. Based, give me that. Got my line infantry.
If they want to come to confession, that's great. But in this moment, you can only focus on your sins. It's a confessional, not a gripe session.
Good morning. How are you today, Father? I'm good, thank you. Good.
No, I'm gonna gripe. I'm totally gonna gripe. My parents talk too much. My cat meows too much. The soil isn't working the way I want it to work. It's not giving me as many tomatoes and potatoes as I want. I'm gonna complain about everything. Nothing's off the table.
Yeah, I've been good too. I've been watching a lot of Father Doyle on LWTN. Do you ever watch him? A little bit. That's great. I've read.
Well, you wouldn't be able to understand all of the spicy cat girl details unless you know Spanish or somebody who can translate for you. So good luck with that, buddy.
read all his books, and he's been talking about the Trinity a lot lately. And, you know, it's got me thinking. I have a question. If Jesus is the Son, and Mary is the Mother of God, and the Holy... I just don't get it. Could you help me explain it? I just don't get it.
In a similar vein, I will get a lot of people that just want to talk. Simply put,
Oh, hey, that's my mom.
there are some sins in there for sure, but really they're just looking for a conversation about faith. Many people want to share stories, offer way more detail than is necessary, ask questions, or even ask me about how I'm doing. Sweet, but inappropriate. What the Rambler often needs isn't confession, it's spiritual direction. Like everyone on this list, really, they need someone to work through their thoughts, to catechize them, to challenge them to go deeper in faith. And while that's wonderful,
Go deeper, huh?
that's really not what the confessional is for. I'm generally terrible at cutting people off because I don't want to be rude, and there could be something there, but sometimes they need a little nudge. Let's focus on your sins and we can talk later.
Do I just say it? Please, yes. Father, I don't really know what to do. It's been 20 years since my last confession, and I forget how this goes. Is that okay? Can you help me?
Finally, my favorite. Unlike the others, this isn't so much a problem as it is an invitation. I find that people stay away from the sacraments because they're ashamed that they've been away too long, that they don't know what they're doing. Nonsense. Some of the most humbling, amazing experiences I've ever had in the confessional have been with people who have no idea what they're doing. In these situations, the first question
First time, huh?
I will always ask is, why today? After all these years, what brought you here right now? Not only does it help them find the words to get started, they will often tell you exactly what's on.
Amazing, we have finally killed this one. Buddhist missionary who's been lurking around, prowling around my territory. So glad I killed that Japanese guy.
On their heart. Something significant has clearly happened. The Holy Spirit is working, and so I try to bring that out immediately. They are welcome, that there is no perfect way to celebrate the sacrament. I walk them through the steps and prompt them with questions. It's important that they know that this is normal. Sometimes we need help. That's why confession exists in the first place. When we get to the act of contrition, I don't like to have them repeat my words back to me. It just seems too impersonal, and so instead I tell them to offer their own prayer, in their own words, saying that they're sorry and to express their desire to not sin again. You want to hear some honest, heartfelt prayers? Listen to someone who has no memorized prayer to go off of, just their feelings. That is amazing stuff. And I think that's the takeaway from all of this, what I hope people get from these videos. Sure, it's funny and easy to poke fun at our habits, but the point of it is to encourage real, personal encounters with God. The formula is good. Examinations of conscience are good. Regularity and repetition are good. But the core of the sacrament is contrition. When you enter the confessional, don't focus so much attention on doing it the right way. Remember that what you are doing is seeking reconciliation with God and God's created order, a repaired relationship. Put your contrite heart front and center and let nothing get in the way. If you haven't been to confessional in a while or are afraid you might not be doing it right, remember that God wants nothing more than for you to be with Him. Bring your desire for holiness, and everything else will take care of itself.
Many of us take better care of our automobiles than we do of our own bodies. Yet the auto has replaceable parts.
Many of us take better care of our computers than our bodies. But then again, I have not dusted my computer in like a year or something, so unlucky. That was a good video. I don't see what that is. What do you put there? Oh, it's a link. Why the heck? I don't know why it doesn't show links here. It's so weird. Neither this one nor the where's Natebot? Nor the donation link. Why is it being borkened? Why, oh why? What if I kill... U-block origin and refresh. There it is. Okay. What's this video about? But you cleaned your keyboard. Yeah, I cleaned my keyboard, but not the not the CPU or the GPU or my RAM or my cable, which I'm pretty sure are like a spider web, a spoder web right now. See what this video is over here on the side first before. Right, open it. Oh, is this the Master Chief one? Yeah.
If it isn't my little Spartan in training, sneaking back in from the battlefield like a covert ops operative. You must think you're pretty stealthy, don't you? But did you really believe that your old man, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, wouldn't notice? I've fought through hordes of Covenant and survived the wrath of the Flood, so it should come as no surprise that I've got a heightened sense of awareness. You might be fast, but you're not quite Mjolnir armor fast. Now, I understand the need for exploration and adventure. After all, I've saved humanity multiple times. But you can't just go gallivanting around the galaxy without a mission, soldier. You need a plan, and you need discipline. There are consequences to every action. And as my little Spartan, you must learn to make responsible choices. Trust me, I've seen what happens when we let the enemy catch us off guard. Instead of trying to sneak past us, use that energy and focus to tackle the challenges in your life. Be like a Spartan, strong and resilient in the face of adversity. Remember, even the best Spartans rely on teamwork, so don't hesitate to lean on your family for support and guidance. We're not your enemies, kid. We're your allies, your squad mates. We want to see you succeed and grow into a strong, wise, and responsible Spartan. So keep us informed about your whereabouts, and let us know if you're struggling with anything. Together, we can conquer any obstacle, just like I've done throughout my battles. Learn from this experience, young Spartan. Channel your energy into making smarter decisions and building a brighter future. And never forget that you're part of a team, our family, that's got your back, no matter what. Now go get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day, filled with opportunities to make better choices and forge a legendary path. We'll be here, supporting you every step of the way.
Yeah, I listened to this one earlier at the start of the stream. What the heck? They have their own ranger? I don't think I've ever seen a barbarian ranger. He's just so fortunate that he managed to spawn as soon as I killed that spearman defending it. He loves how this guy's channel has become Master Chief Dad videos. I mean, yeah, some people are capitalizing off of the AI stuff. The AI voices and the art. It's pretty cool, but it's kind of like a people who need fathers. That's basically what this video is. Okay, let's go back to Authentic Observer. I'm gonna go back like another 2 minutes.
State where you kind of are both in different ways. But my point is with that isn't necessarily that they aren't adults or that we should push off adulthood until later. That's not my point. My argument is that adulthood is a process, and from 17 to 18, you don't suddenly snap into being a grown-up. I'm a bit confused why people find this controversial, that I'm saying that, hey, 18-year-olds are more easily manipulated and immature than someone even a couple of years older, in their early 20s. Because 18-year-olds have literally just become an adult. Their whole lives, they're used to adults telling them what to do, and then suddenly, like, I'm kind of confused why so many people are like, act like this is like the wildest take they've ever heard.
What the heck? Cleopatra has no standing army? And I have about I guess about 5 times of Japan's military strength. Well, that's good to know. I think this is like most of his army here. These 2 nights. I mean, silly videos are a good thing to watch, just to put on in the background while I do my world conquest to bring back Thighdeology from the depths of the abyss. It's always fun.
I don't know, like, maybe not acting like that, but that are just like, is it controversial for me to say that, hey, 18-year-olds aren't adults, like, in the same way that people in their mid-20s are adults? Is that a controversial thing to say? I didn't realize that was I mean, that seems not only is, to me, does that seem like an uncontroversial take, but also an incredibly obvious one. I don't know. So my point is, and again, I'm going to go a bit all over the place here because I haven't scripted this or structured this, because there's a few things and things I wanted to discuss because I think it's an interesting conversation. So, but can I, like, I want to clarify, and I'll hopefully, you know, go into and expand on this more. I'm not arguing. I wrote some notes, so I'm not arguing for infantilizing young adults. Okay, I actually agree. I think young adults should be given more responsibility, and that it would actually help them be less easily manipulated. I actually agree. So I think the problem is, I think some people have heard what I'm saying and assumed, oh, you want to push off adulthood until really late, like, let's coddle everyone, helicopter parenting, which is kind of funny as well. I don't know, people don't see it, but if people knew, like, how
a common mistake that people make,
either how I was with my little sister or how my parents raised us all, which is very free range, hands off kind of parenting, very much lots of, like, okay, so the thing is, yeah, I agree. I think kids should be given more responsibility, and young adults, I think they should, and that it would actually help them be less easily manipulated. But here's the thing, here's the key point. But a teenager dating someone decades older isn't more responsibility. If anything, that's the infantilization, where they can stay the baby forever.
No, women should date people who are older. Women should be 9 years old, and then they should be married off to a man, a real man, just like the Muslims do it. Because that's totally 100% cool and based.
Do you kind of get what I'm kind of getting at here? That's not them having, oh, they're suddenly an adult now, we gotta let, you know, the 18-year-olds, we shouldn't, you know, think, is there something a bit weird going on if there's someone who's 35 dating an 18-year-old? Let's pretend there's no power dynamic. That's the attitude that I'm getting from people that's a bit annoying. It's like, hey, let's pretend that when they suddenly turned 18, they became a fully functioning adult, as soon as even, like, and that we should hold them to all the same standards as, like, people in their, you know, 20s, and they, you know, that's more responsibility if they date someone who's, like, a couple of decades older or whatever when they're, like, when they're a teenager, and that's not more responsibility. I agree. We should be treating younger people, teenagers and young adults, we should be treating them more like adults. But my point is that them, like, going off and dating people decades older than them is not doing that. That's the opposite. That's infantilizing them because they get to be the baby. They get to be. Do you kind of? And I'm not saying in all cases, but let's not. I feel like my point was obvious, but maybe not. But, like, because the other thing is, and I understand why people are coming from. I think people have that immediate negative reaction to some of what I was saying because, like, oh, it's the daycare generation. Like, adults are infantilized more and more, and I agree with a lot of that. And I'm not arguing for helicopter parenting until someone's in their, like, mid-20s. I'm not saying that. I think they should have more responsibility from younger. I think helicopter parenting is probably really bad. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying suffocate your children. And also the other thing is, because a couple of people said this, that either accused me of being controlling of my sister or infantilizing her because I would not want her as an 18-year-old to be dating a 35-year-old man. The funny thing about that is that, and I know this is not people's fault because, you know, people take what they see from the internet, but that our relationship is not like that at all. Most of the time, she and I live hundreds of miles away. I don't care who she dates. And I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, obviously I'm interested in her life if she wants to tell me. But I'm never like, what's going on? Maybe sometimes it's a joke, but it's like I'll wait for her to.
Wow, I wipe out his army and now all of a sudden he wants peace? What a fucking pussy. I'm gonna go capture your cities.
And she'll tell me if she wants to tell me. So, and I don't, as long as it's like, yeah, if it's someone her age, I trust her to be sensible, make her own decisions, and that she, you know, but like, that's not me being concerned that she'd be dating a 35-year-old and saying, and stepping in at that point is not the same as me being, like, really controlling and, like, helicopter and suffocating her. It was just funny as well because she's, oh my god, she's a fucking badass. Which, like, she's been had responsibility from a very young age. I mean, at the age of 3, she was catching chickens and wringing their necks perfectly fine, and then plucking them, and she was given like big knives to handle when she was very, very young to help cook and all of this. And my parents did that with kind of all of us. It's like responsibility from a young age. We're going to throw you out of the house, go into the woods all day by yourselves and just play, and you'll probably be fine. And like I think
Yeah, I feel like I've had like this discussion with a couple of people multiple times where regarding children not being let outside to play, as if the world is infinitely more dangerous today than in the past, when I'm pretty sure that the issue is that there's just 24/7 news coverage. Not only that, there's 24/7 news coverage, because that's a bit of a more modern thing, but I believe it was like maybe the 50s or something when... What are you looking at? When the news was reporting on kidnappings and predators and stuff like that, and then over time, in addition to the 24-hour news cycle, we're just getting constantly bombarded with this idea of a fear and the fact that you can't trust anybody, that you can't trust your local strangers, your local people in the neighborhood. And I'm pretty sure that statistically speaking, it's either like it's almost like I believe the same thing, similar thing with assault and killing, that it's probably somebody you know. So it's the people close to you, or sort of close to you, who you at least know to some degree, who are most likely to be the cause of any issues. We can try to kill this Buddhist missionary here. Fuck him up! Religious war! I think it's really sad. I personally never experienced being let out into the woods or by myself as a child, growing up, just because I lived in the city. So I never really had any woods to go to, just like the park. But I guess also from my perspective, I was a pro gamer, so I never really went outside anyway. Especially once I got an N64 and the GameCube, I just stayed inside playing Smash Bros. 64 and Smash Bros. Melee. But I think that I think maybe also part of the problem is that we are so much more distant and afraid of our community, of our local community. I don't know if it's the internet that caused such a major shift. I feel like there was already a some major what's the word I'm thinking of? Just the fact that we're so disconnected from our neighbors and from people nearby. I think that started obviously way before the internet. Probably more so with the rise of technology and television. But the internet just made it like so much worse, I'm pretty sure. It wouldn't surprise me if we can't get any... Oh, I need to make... I gotta build religious buildings. I'm just gonna buy them. Temple... Have 260... Oh my god, so expensive, all these religious buildings. Okay, I can get more apostles. Finally, another Thighdeology apostle. I think that the decay of communities started long before the internet, and then it just got infinitely worse with the internet. Because not only do you have to worry about your local neighbors, which you are afraid of because of television and 24/7 news, but also you have to worry about online predators and boomers who grew up without the internet are had a hard time trying to grasp the idea of how scary the internet could be and how people across state lines could be a danger without having had that experience personally. But millennials such as myself were more wary of it and had a bit better warnings about it. Me wouldn't let my sister date Edman Ogre, 15 years older either. Yeah, let's say we have a sister who is 25 years old. It's what's the formula? Half plus 7. So what would be, say, 50? Half of that is 25 plus 7. So if we go down 7, let's try, what's 40? Half plus 7, 27. How about a 40-year-old? Would a 40-year-old be okay if your sister is 20 years old or 25 years old? The 40-year-old man and the 25-year-old sister. Is that okay? Because that's pretty close to half plus 7. 39 divided by 2 plus 7. 26 and a half. So then it would be about 38 divided, no, 37, I think. 37 divided by 2 plus 7. 25 and a half. How about 38 years old? But that's 15 years. Okay, 25-year-old plus 15, 40. So a 40-year-old man dating your 25-year-old sister would be okay. But my parents let me and my sisters make our own mistakes, and they trusted us more, and thus we were rebellious. I mean, yeah, it's a fine balance between being rebellious and learning from your own mistakes. I think both of those things are incredibly crucial and important to the development of not only a child, but a person who's going to be an adult one day. I'm pretty sure those are necessary steps. You just have to. I think the biggest thing is to make sure that they don't make irreparable mistakes. What the heck? She's gonna fall. Oh my god. Get back up here. We played with sticks in the park down the streets. Yeah, I remember one time I went to the park. I was like maybe 8 years old, 9 years old. Maybe less. Maybe like 6 or 7. I got a big stick, a pretty big stick. And I started digging a hole. I didn't get very far though, because it gets pretty tough. The further down you go, past the top level, the top layer of dirt. Me was a special kid with the toys outside. Oh, me would play with Batman toys outside and get the neighbor kids to play toys with me toys. We would get beat up at school and has me lunch stolen, but it was okay. I mean, the internet wasn't a mistake. I think the mistake was the fact that we stopped caring so much about education. I think that's part of the problem. Coddling kids and teenagers. I feel like we have socially, collectively, communally increased the age at which I thought my thingy over here was behind the picture, my YouTube thingy. It might still be behind her, actually. I feel like we've delayed a person's the age of a person's. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's above the chief picks. We've delayed the age at which we stopped treating people like kids, and I feel like that's part of the reason why a lot of teenagers these days are just so unable to grow up in the way I would expect them to, or I would want them to. I always hated in school being treated like all the rest of the kids when I was the smart kid. I, as the smart kid, should have been given extra privileges. I should have been given way more leeway for, I think, pretty obvious reasons. I feel like... What happened? I feel like we should give a lot more responsibilities and a lot more freedom to the smarter kids, because those are the ones who we have to let loose a little earlier. Give them the opportunity to not spend an extra 30 minutes in class doing the algebra test because they already finished it, and everybody else takes forever. I really always disliked the fact that we have to wait for the slowest kid. That always bothered me, and it still does. And I think that's sort of part of this, in the same realm of just not giving the adequate amount of respect to smart kids and to kids in general, because kids are smart. You just have to let them be smart instead of constantly treating them as if they're 4 years old and they don't know anything and they're stupid and they can't figure things out on their own, or they're not curious, or they're not capable of coming up with their own ideas or being creative. I think that's a major downfall. What the heck? What? I feel like that's a major downfall in... What the heck? She's got the zoomies. The big zoomies. So I think that was way more of a mistake than the internet itself. Kids should not be allowed to own a smartphone. I think kids should be able to own a smartphone, but access to much of the internet should be restricted. They should only have access to a handful of apps that are age appropriate. Definitely not social media. Definitely not Instagram or Twitter or Facebook until they're like maybe 15 or so. Except for the smart kids, of course. The smart kids, we can definitely give them a bit of leeway. I feel like this inability of people to accept the fact that some people are smarter than others, that some people are more mature than others, that some people are more capable than others, is hindering us quite a bit. Oh no, we meant we weren't rebellious. Oh, you weren't rebellious. Okay. There's people in their 20s we know who still behave like babies. Yep, there are definitely a lot of people in their 20s who still behave like babies. That's one of the issues I brought up earlier. That she sort of, or the email triggered me into responding. I feel bad for students who have to wait on others because schools insist on not separating the smart kids, because then the school will be accused of being ableist. Yeah, we have, we cannot give in to this cognitive privilege that few are blessed with, to either acknowledge or encourage those who are cognitively privileged is a mortal sin, and it should not be appeased.
I think that's a really good parenting style. I'm talking about this because there's several different kind of angles I want to go at. So I'm not saying that we should infantilize children, being like really controlling and like helicopter and suffocating her. It's just funny as well because she's, oh my god, she's a fucking badass. Which, like, she's had responsibility from a very young age. I mean, at the age of 3, she was catching chickens and wringing their necks perfectly fine, and then
I was accused of being ableist for trying to help someone improve their penmanship. I mean, yeah, that's pretty petty that they would do that. How bad was the handwriting? How chicken scratchy was it? Let's try to pull up some some handwriting here. Have a look. Egyptian hieroglyphics, but they were smart. I mean, if they can read it themselves, then I guess that's technically fine. But if you have to grade their handwritten essays, then I can definitely understand. And it's definitely logical to try to see if you can help improve penmanship a little bit. That's for sure. Is my pen working? Many times they can't. Many times they can't what? Oh, read their own notes? I think at that point, then, yeah, you definitely need to do what you can. Let's see. I'm gonna say, this is my handwriting. No! It's too tiny! I can't see shit. Let's do this. Is my handwriting? Let's try 5. This is my handwriting, which is obviously not going to be the best because it's on a tablet. So it's not going to capture perfectly what it is. And it's also a little bit laggy. So like this, the chicken scratch. No, I could definitely have much better handwriting. Could have way better. My handwriting. See, look at that. I fucked up the G. Could be mush. No, let's do much bitter. Yeah. Ew. Woo. That's excellent penmanship compared to what I have seen. Maybe I should scan some of my essays that I have saved and see if you would have agreed if my penmanship in high school and middle school were as good back then as it is right now. What the heck? I've been live for 2 hours. 2 hours?
Plucking them, and she was given like big knives to handle when she was very, very young to help cook and all of this. And my parents did that with kind of all of us. It's like responsibility from a young age. We're going to throw you out of the house, go into the woods all day by yourselves and just play, and you'll probably be fine. And like I think that's a really good parenting style. I'm talking about this because there's several different kind of angles I want to go at. So I'm not saying that we should infantilize children, and I think that children should be given responsibilities young. I think that's a good thing, and it's just. I'm just kind of a bit irritated at the kind of... And I understand why people are making that assumption about what I was saying, probably because of the kind of culture nowadays. But it's like, it annoys me because it's like the polar opposite of how I was parented, and also what I like think is really good parenting as well. Yeah, I mean, my parents were really hands-off with us. I'm very hands-off with my younger sister in her life. She wants to let me... I'm not, like, checking her phone or reading her diaries and, like, I need to know everything. Like, it's her life. It's her... I know that. She's sensible enough to be able to... 18, yes, she's sensible enough and mature enough and responsible enough to be able to make her own decisions, to decide who she wants to date, those things. But I don't know... But that doesn't mean that then... I think I would then be also a bad sister if I wasn't concerned if I heard she's dating a 35-year-old. I think that's totally different for me to step in and go, what are you doing? What's happening? And for me to not be concerned, even though, yes, I know she's responsible and she's capable and, she's very independent and can deal with the responsibilities, for me to not be worried that she's been taken advantage of or could be manipulated by someone who's 35.
I have always
I would be a
considered that
bad sister. That's not overprotective or controlling. That's concerned. And I would actually think that you're failing in your job as an older sibling if you have a far younger sibling and you're just like, if you're not stepping in at that point and saying, what's happening here? Like, I think you're failing in your duty as an older sibling or a parent, even if, oh, they're 18 now, do it, like, I'm just, it's just, like, wild to me that there's a difference between, I'm not involved in her dating life, as long as she's not dating 35-year-olds. Does this make sense to people? I don't know why this is, like, again, oh my goodness. I'm not, I don't need to, give her boyfriends the third degree or check who she's seeing or who she's dating, but there's a difference between that and, again, a third. Why? Because if she's dating someone who's, like, around her age, then they're probably, like, on a similar level. A similar, in, that it's the chances are that she's going to be taken advantage of and manipulated, or that, there's something weird going on, are quite low compared to if she's dating a 35-year-old. Am I crazy, or is this, like, a really uncontroversial thing to say? So this is kind of what I wanted to talk about. Saying that 18-year-olds aren't adults definitionally isn't really the argument. My argument is that they're naive and vulnerable and make obvious targets for preying on where there's an obvious power dynamic. So, and I even say in the longer video, not in the short one, but in the longer one, that it's different. Can we also remember the context which I was saying this in? I'm not talking about someone who, like, an age gap relationship where someone's 18 and they're dating someone way older, and I'm coming along and saying, well, that's inherently abusive, and that's really, like, that's, I'm not can we just appreciate what the context was that I was bringing that up in? I'm bringing that up in the context of a certain fella who is 35, 36, and is talking about why you should go for really young girls because they're easy to mind control, but in basically that's what he's saying. So this is the context of what I'm talking about. And is he doing that to then make their lives better? No.
A paper you had to grade? High school senior, oh my goodness. Okay, so I can read the word because people get to something brain when the something and everything. That's the last word on the bottom right that I see. Oh my goodness.
No.
This looks like torture.
He's getting them to do online sex work.
Torture.
I'm sorry, is that, can people not, am I insane? Is that not,
grade it. I grade it. I cannot read this out of 10. That's what I grade it.
Like, that's the context in which I'm saying that in. Can we like understand that? So, and is it wrong in general for like a 35-year-old to date an 18-year-old? Okay, I'm gonna say it depends how they do it. I'm gonna say I think it would be really rare for that to be a healthy dynamic. I'm not saying it's impossible, and like this is all nuance and shades of grey, but with something like that, and that's different to someone in their early 20s. The thing, like, I don't think people understand the massive difference that happens from when you're 17, 18, and you've just left school into early 20s.
This was their second attempt after saying I couldn't read the first submission. Oh my goodness. I would imagine you'd be able to show this to the people who accuse you of being ableist. Because your job is to grade this. And if it's basically impossible to read what it is, then it makes no sense for somebody to accuse you of being ableist other than to virtue signal. And their primary goal is not to educate students or to be reasonable. If somebody accuses you of being ableist for this, then I think they're just they belong somewhere else that is not that does not involve them having a job.
And your brain's more fully developed then, like everything. You've more like it's spirit. Like I just don't, you know. But the point is it wrong, inherently wrong for a 35-year-old to date an 18-year-old. Or someone who's way older to date an 18-year-old, or even late 20s to date an 18-year-old. Okay, I would say it depends how they do it. At the very least, they'd have to make a huge conscious effort on their part to not become manipulative or to steamroll that person. I think they'd have to consciously be aware of, it would be really easy for me to manipulate this person or to steamroll them or to push them and get them to do things that I think they should do or want them to do. And I think you would have to make a conscious effort to be aware of that. That you know have that advantage that you could do that easily, and you'd have to understand that that person is still a kid in many ways. So is it wrong for someone to date someone of that age? I mean, I think it's weird. I do. I think in rare cases that it could be fine, as long but like 18, 19-year-olds, still teenagers. I think it's mostly weird. But is it inherently wrong? Not necessarily, depending on how you do it and why you've decided to go out with this person. So, on the other hand, is it wrong for an older person to specifically target that age group because they're more malleable, because they can be dominated and manipulated more easily? For that reason, yes, absolutely, I think that's wrong. I don't understand why that's a controversial thing to say. Of course, that's wrong. Which, I mean, that's a separate conversation. But I'm not even talking about men who are wanting to go for 18 or 19-year-old girls to marry them. Fucking, is Mr. Potato Head doing that? Is he finding... that, like, this is the point? Is he finding girls that age to say, well, I'm...
The student is getting a diploma this year. What the heck? See, like, this is what I'm saying about the downfall and the desecration of education. It would be perfectly fine if the student were able to use a computer, or at least a not a full computer, even just like a tablet or something, so that they could type out what they're trying to say. But I don't know, that it seems like it's a fucked up position that they put you in for that.
I'm gonna marry you, and that's a totally different scenario. I mean, I still think there's a lot of questions around that, but that would be totally different to, oh no, I'm going for them because they're gonna be my employees and also kind of my girlfriends. And it sounds a lot like trafficking. I mean, whether it is or not, we'll see. But it's at the very least incredibly fucking morally reprehensible. I just don't understand why that's... I don't know why people kind of can't make these like nuances and distinctions. Several things can be true at once. Someone could still be an adult and we say they should have more responsibilities, but also can we not let them be taken advantage of? I just don't... Okay. Yeah, I think it's taking advantage to do that, to target someone of that age group for those specific reasons. And I think it's disingenuous to pretend otherwise. I just don't... Yeah. Like I've said this, it's the same with taking advantage of old people. No one's arguing that they're not autonomous adults, but do they have less awareness of the current world? Yes. Are they more mentally vulnerable? More easily confused or taken advantage of? Or maybe not understanding how, like, the current system as it is in the present day is all set up into, like... Yeah. 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 Doesn't mean they're not autonomous adults, but it, like...
One of the reasons I may change careers because it's disheartening. I feel like a lot of people's careers right now are disheartening. It's unfortunate. Maybe this is exactly the reason why a lot of kids these days want to be TikTokers instead. Because then you have no bosses to answer to. Oh my god, I still can't upgrade this guy. What the heck? I made this guy in like 200 BC and he's still a quadrime. Eventually I'll be able to get him into either a submarine or something. Yeah, I don't know what there is that we could possibly do about every industry going to shit. It's definitely depressing. tutorial here. The good thing is that I have enough Thighdeology here. Just do it without the thingies. And it should have the emote. There should be enough Thighdeology here in Athens and Ephesus, so that Argos and whatever cities here will naturally become Thighdeologist. Then we gotta get rid of all of this Buddhism over here. Unholy religion. Need to get another Inquisitor. I'm getting a little hungry. I do have some foods. I'll go grab that. We'll keep listening to Authentic Observer for a little bit. I think it's like halfway done. We're about halfway done with that video, yeah. So I will be right back. Watch out for any big feats. And don't forget to support this stream's sponsor, me. Can support me with donos on Streamlabs. Is it one headband? I still haven't changed it on Thingy. No! If you have a Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, rather, yours or family members, you can connect it on Twitch. Give me some of that Bezos money. You're already paying for it. Give me a free $5. Oh, I remember I need to go back to another topic I did yesterday, let's call it the Rossman. There was something I discussed yesterday that I want to touch on again. Because I realized I didn't fully explain what I was thinking yesterday, but we will go ahead and cover that again in a second once I get back. Okay, do not die to any big feats. I will return in a couple minutes.
Like, it means we recognize that certain groups, it's wrong to screw with them. Okay. Like, here's the thing. Like, I would love teenagers to have more responsibility, but that's not dating a 35-year-old who gets you on webcam. That's not more responsibility. That's less. You're being infantilized. Then you're being controlled. That's the total opposite of giving a teenager more responsibility or preparing them for the world or making them an adult. That's like the opposite. And here's the thing. So it's the job of those older to guide and protect those younger. I believe that. And we can do that while still acknowledging that they're adults. So preying on that power dynamic is awful. And yes, 18-year-olds at school are absolutely not like adults. Are absolutely not adults like someone even in their early 20s is an adult. Yeah, I said, like, the growth that happens in those few years is huge, you know? And the thing is, in the societies where people are treated as adults when they're younger and given more responsibilities, the difference is they're not just, like, I don't know what people... They're not just thrown out into the world and thrown out the nest and expected to know it all overnight. That's not what happens there. That's not... They were, and / are, massively guided and watched out for by those who were older and gradually given more responsibilities, because they also know that you don't just become an adult overnight. And let's also not forget that in places where that's the case, often there are way stronger communities, way stronger, like people looking out for each other and also recognising that, hey, this young girl might be considered an adult, but what's that man over there? Why are you interested in her? What's your game? Like, the people watching out for her. Or for young men as well. It's like... And here, I don't want to, like, it's, God, take a shot every time I talk about my grandparents in these videos, and you'll be... I mean, I talk about them because I think it's a valuable resource. Like, there's lots of wisdom you can gain from observing and the lives of older people, and I think, I know I refer back to my granddad a lot and my grandmother, but I think that's valuable. And I think, yeah, so I'm going to do it again, basically. But so even, like, back in the, you know, when my granddad, he went down the mines at 14. So, in terms of being cast out of childhood suddenly, that'll do it, I think, probably. 14 years old, already working in an incredibly dangerous and physically strenuous job. But even, like, and I'm not arguing that we should send 14-year-olds down the mines again, that's not the point. But, like, and the point is, did he become an adult way sooner than a lot of young people today? Of course. Would he, at 18 years old, be probably far more capable and more of an adult than most men, like, now at 30 are? Yeah, I'm going to say that he probably would have been. Now, that didn't come without its fair, like, the drawbacks as well. Like, in late, I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but there are drawbacks to that as well. Like, in later life, he had PTSD. He didn't realise that's what it was. He would told my mum this when he was old. He was like, I don't know what's going on. He says, I'm suddenly... And this happened, it was weird. It was, like, delayed. It happened when he was old. But he started telling me, he was like, I'm waking up in the middle of the night just with, like... Because there was, yeah, a mining explosion that he saw with lots of... It was very gruesome and horrific. And he was telling my mum, like, I just see it all again. Like, all the bodies and all... Like, what's the... Like, I don't know why. I just wake up... And she was like, Dad, I think that's PTSD. And he's like, no. He's like, no, not that. But the point, like, I'm not saying that's necessarily that's necessarily a good thing. And also, I mean, I don't want, this is a separate topic for a separate time. But also as a father, like, there are things that come with doing that, with doing a difficult job, or like he found it difficult in many ways to connect with his children. And he, you know, he was. I don't want to say he was a better grandfather than he was father, because I think that would be very unfair on him. And he absolutely was doing his best and did, you know, amazing things to provide for his family. But him and my mum didn't get on until she had her own children. And he really, like, he couldn't, which he deserved at that point, to enjoy life at that point as well. But he then could connect, I think, with his children and grandchildren in a way that he was just quite, never overly mean or abusive, I'm not saying that, but he was just quite angry when he was younger. As he'd have to be, and quite, because he had a difficult job. Anyway, but I'm just saying that this is not all of it's good, not all of it's glorified, just because, yeah, there were positives that came with that, and he was way more capable at a younger age. It's like, well, other things suffered in his life. I'm just making that point, but anyway, that's kind of separate. But my point is that, so when he's 14, he's down, yeah, so he became an adult sooner, and be more probably capable and treated more as an adult when he was 18. But the thing with that, 14, down the mines, do you think that he went down there and all the other men were treating him like they were each other, the others? Do you think? No. They monitored him constantly. That's what they were, the younger ones, because well, they still saw him as a boy. It's like, you're down, you're working now, but you're still a boy. So he didn't do all the jobs that they did. He didn't, they wouldn't talk about certain things in front of him. Certain topics they wouldn't, because, oh, well, he's still a boy. They just wouldn't, like, there were some things, they're like, well, we're not going to talk about this thing in front of him. And, you know, like, they guided him a lot. He didn't have to, it's gradual. So even though, yes, that he had more responsibility, and I just don't, and also, people around them were still, like, for young adults, and you know, that would have continued when you go, although at that point, he's probably far more of, like, a sorted, functioning adult at 18 than anyone today is, but, well, in some ways, heavily traumatized, but, the thing is with that is people around young adults are still looking out for them, and they recognize that you're becoming an adult now, you need more responsibility, you can go out into the world, and I agree with all of that. I think I'm not arguing, this is my point, I'm not arguing for the infantilization of adults. I actually think that young adults should have more responsibilities from a young age. As I said, I feel like that's how my parents raised us, and that's hugely beneficial. But that doesn't mean that, and I think actually that prepares you and makes you less easily to be manipulated, because you're not as infantilized by the time you get to 18, 19. But that still doesn't mean that you're the same as an adult, because your brain just isn't fully developed, and there's other things you're naive to, and it's just, and you're still a kid. You are, in many ways, you're kind of still a kid. I mean, and here's the thing, because so I know that in the kind of original email it was saying, you know, I understand why you still see your 18-year-old sister as a child. Okay. I don't see her as a child in the same way that I did when she was, like, 12. Our relationship has changed. like when she was, you know, so I sometimes used to tell her, older sister syndrome, what can I say, eldest sister syndrome, but like someone tell her, you know, when you have to go, now you have to go to bed, or like tell her things like that, or like, I stopped doing that years ago, because the relationship kind of, and again, I'm not her parent, it's not like, it was never like a parent-child relationship anyway, but it was different in the sense, because I'm 8 years older than her, there is like, it's a slightly different sibling relationship. But do I still see her as a child in the same way I used to? No. Do I tell her what to do? No. Would she listen to me if I did? No. We're more like, we become more like equals now. Now, are we fully, are we fully equals? Like, I'm not saying that I'm better than her, this is not my point, but are we fully like equals now? Not quite, because I'm still fair bit older than her, and at this age it still means quite a fair bit, but are we more so as peers and equals than we used to be? Of course. And in a probably in a couple of years, even because I say she's very like grown up for her age, will we be probably like fully equals that in like a couple of years? Yeah, probably. I don't see her as a child. I see her as a very independent, intelligent young woman who also in some ways is still a kid. It's like, it's a different, am I explaining myself? It's a different thing. And seeing that in some ways and in certain ways she's ready for a lot of responsibilities, and in other ways, is there cause for concern if she starts dating someone in his mid-30s? Yeah. So, and like in the way that I wouldn't be concerned if she was in her early 20s, even, and she was dating someone of that age. I mean, at that point I'd still be like, do you know what you're doing? You should like... But that's not going to be the same even at that point in a few years' time as it would be now, where it's like, who is this? Who is this man? Why is he talking to you? Like, and also, it's not just her. Can I just say, people saying I see my age, it's, okay, I've been around other 18-year-olds. So, part of what I do for work, sometimes I'm on a building site, and you have there, so you got the construction workers, the builders, the electricians, the people, and often they'll have young lads with them. Teenage boys who are like apprenticed and working for them. So these guys will probably, they'll be anywhere from like, most of them probably like set around 17 years old. These boys who are like starting, they're learning the trade. They're there, so they've got a job now. Or they're 18. There's one boy who's 18. They're 17, 18. They're kind of, they're learning, you know, doing construction or learning to be an electrician or a plumber or whatever it is. They're working there. These guys, the men that are looking after these young lads, they're not treating them, just because they're 18, they're not treating them like an adult. It's like, yeah, you're here and you've got a job, and they're guiding them, they're telling them what to do, and they're treating them with respect as, you know, right, you need to become an adult. That's the attitude. I think we should have that attitude with young people. It's not about coddling them, but it's an attitude of, right, you should become an adult, but no one ever, it's not just like suddenly you're an adult now. I'm going to expect you to just act like an adult of someone who's in their mid-20s when you're 18, and you've just come out of school to do this work placement with me, to do this apprenticeship. And like that's the thing, because I've been around, it's not just her, again, working there, like around some of these young lads. You're not going to fucking tell me that some of these fucking, no offence to them, they're very sweet, but they're these fucking 17-year-old, 18-year-old boys are adults. You're not going to convince me of that. It's not just my sister, because I've seen her growing up, that I'm infantilizing her and seeing her that way. I feel like a lot of people saying this just don't know any 18-year-olds. Go and, well, maybe don't, I don't know, if you can in a non-creepy way, like, just go and hang out with 18-year-olds. And then tell me that they're the same as people in their, like, early to mid-20s. Go and do it and tell me. They're not. They're children. And in some ways they're not. They're not children like actual children. I'm not saying, oh, they're little baby children. Like, yeah, we should treat them like... And it's not like I spoke to these, you know, some of them towering over me. Not like I spoke to these 17-year-old, 18-year-old boys like they were kids, because they'd have fucking hated that. Like, I didn't talk... That's not what I'm saying. But I did acknowledge, it was just very obvious to me, the age difference. It was very obvious to me that in many ways they were still childlike. And talking to them, like, respectfully, and, like, I expected them to become adults, to become men, but that they're not there yet. That they're becoming that, but that they're not there yet. I just, yeah. So it's not just her. It's like, no, I've worked with 17-year-olds. Anyone who's worked with 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds as well. I've worked with 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds. And they're stupid. They are. They're lovely, and some of them are smart, but they're also stupid with it. Even the smart ones are kind of stupid. In many ways. Does that kind of explain this? Was that everything I wanted to talk about? Like, because I understand why people have that reaction. Because they're talking, you know, we don't want to infantilize people. No, I agree. And as I'm saying, I think that's really terrible, to infantilize children, or to not give them responsibilities, or to not just sometimes throw them out the house. I mean, if you're in a safe area, if you can do that, to just throw them out the house and be like, be gone, small child. And I think and that's the other, I actually really despise helicopter parenting. I think it's really bad, for boys and girls. Like, it doesn't mean don't neglect your children either, but like, that suffocating, constantly, I don't know, I think there's something to be said for, I mean, maybe everyone's biased in terms of like how they were raised, but I'm quite grateful for how my parents did it. It was kind of like, right, well, so if I had laundry and I didn't do my laundry, my mum was never on my, like, you need to do your laundry, or she wasn't doing it for me. If I didn't do laundry, I would have nothing to wear because my clothes would be dirty and I hadn't done the laundry. And that was on me. And if it was a problem, if like, oh, I don't have anything to wear for school, oh, well, it sounds like a you problem, Galatea. Why didn't you do your laundry? I know this is like small things, but no, I like kind of related in terms of like giving kids more and more responsibility from a younger age. So I agree with like things like that, and I think that's helpful in becoming an adult and like learning responsibilities. And I wanted to do another video on this, on like, because there was a great thing that when I talked to my dad, there's like a great metaphor for how like my parents kind of like ethos or philosophy and how they like raised us. Okay, should I say it now? Maybe. Okay, this is kind of getting unrelated, but I'll go on to this because I understand what people are saying when they're saying that. When they're saying that to me, like, we don't want to infantilize young adults and act like they're babies. I'm not saying that. Like, I feel, does it make sense, the distinction I'm making? I'm not saying we treat them like babies, but we don't expect them to be like, we understand, and it's not even about so much like them. I think we should expect them to act like adults, yes, but it's more like the people around them. This is more like less so even a message for them, that it's like, yeah, we should treat them like adults and say, you need to become an adult. But it's like for the adults around them, it's like for us to know. It's not about that it's not even that we necessarily treat them like their children or differently. But I feel like it's for adults around them to know, hey, we need to, like, we watch out for them because they're just new adults. They're just coming into, like, so we look out for them and we watch out for them. And you find that with older women and like looking out for young girls, like, because they just don't know the world in the same. I don't know. But I think I'm not arguing for helicopter parenting or for doing things for your children and not teaching them responsibility. So maybe I will say this. So, what my parents used to do, and I was going to do a video on this because I really liked this, but and this is something I talked about with my dad. It didn't make it into, when I interviewed him, it didn't make it into the full video. But so something my parents used to do, and they did it with all of us, but remember with me, because I used to climb trees all the time. Constantly climbing trees, stuck up trees, be all climbing friends, mainly trees. I loved climbing trees. And sometimes I would get stuck. And if I got stuck, my parents would never lift me down. So even if I was crying, I'd be stuck in a tree and I'd be like, you need to come help me. Even if I'm like really upset. What my parents did, they'd come and stand at the bottom of the tree. And they'd say, come on, you've got to lift me down. I can't do it. They're like, and the first thing they say to me, like, right, Galatea, stop crying. Calm down. And then I'd stop crying. And they'd guide me and they'd say, right. So, and they'd be standing there, so I'd be safe, but they'd be, right, so you put your foot here and and they'd guide me down the tree. And they'd be there to catch me if I fell, so, it wasn't, but, and they did it for various reasons. One of them being that one lesson, and my mum was most adamant on that, more than my dad. She was like, to tell him, from my dad, she was like, we can't rescue them, because if they cry, and then they're, it sounds like, it wasn't harsh though, right? But it's like, if they cry and they're rescued, I don't want them to get the message in life. If they cry, they can just be rescued. But the thing with that is that when my parents guided me, they didn't abandon me. They didn't leave. It would be mean if they just left me to scream and cry in a tree by myself. Yeah, that would be abusive and cruel because I'd be panicking, wouldn't know what to do. They never did that. They came and they're like, it's fine, calm down, here's what you do. And then what inevitably happened was that as soon as my foot touched the ground, And I'd done it by myself with no help. I mean, with their help, with their guidance, but they hadn't touched me. I'd done it by I'd be like, oh, I'd feel so happy. I'd be like, that I can do it. I know I'm capable of being able to do that. That's amazing. I feel so good about myself. I feel so capable. I feel so... And I'd run off and completely forget that I'd been upset a moment before. But of course, what that meant is, well, the lessons they want us to learn was that you can't just cry and get out of a... You know, if you get yourself in a situation, you've got to know how to get yourself out. That you're capable. That you can't cry and expect to be rescued. If you like, you know, you've got to figure it out. But I think... And of course, what happened was that when I would be inevitably stuck in a tree, because I used to run off and do it all the time, but when I would inevitably get stuck in a tree by myself, and I remember this used to happen to me several times when I was a kid, I get stuck and my parents were nowhere around. So what would I do? At first I'd be panicking, because I used to climb trees quite high. I'd be panicking. And they're like, no, what would my parents tell me? And then I didn't, because I would imagine them there and I'd know what they'd say to me. But like, right, Galatea, stop crying. And I'd stop crying. Like, right, what would they say? Okay, can I find a handhold? Can I find and I'd calm myself down, and I myself could get myself out of trees then. So it's like, if they just lifted me down and rescued me, I would then be infantilized and incapable of being able to help myself when they weren't around, because your parents aren't always going to be around. So yes, I agree. This is kind of connected, because I agree. Your parents need to teach you how to be able to manage things when they aren't around, because they can't be like, so helicopter parenting I think is bad in that way, because you're not teaching them how to be in the world without you, and they need to know how to do that. But it's like that thing, you know, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach him how to fish, he eats for a lifetime. It's like that philosophy. It's like they're teaching me how to fish, really. But I like, the reason I use that, the tree, it's the tree lesson, that's what I'm going to call it, the tree lesson, is because I think that's a really great metaphor for like... But I love that metaphor because I think that works in terms of how they raised us all in general. It's so with the climbing tree thing, they would never come in and rescue us from a situation. If we were in problems, it was like they expected us to solve our own problems, to deal with our own stuff. But that didn't mean they abandoned us either. It meant they would talk us through it. So anytime I know I can talk to my parents, even now I know I can talk to my parents, they're not going to solve anything for me, but they will talk me through it. They'll give me advice. They'll like talking me down the tree. They're not going to rescue me. They're not going to solve all my problems, but they're there for guidance. And also, they're not going to let me fall. So even if it all does go like terrible and it all goes the worst and it all goes to shit, even though they're not going to come in and rescue me, if I do fall, they're going to catch me. So like they're not going to, for example, let me end up on the streets. You know, that, like, stuff like that. It's like they're not gonna, yeah. So, and I like that because I think that's a good metaphor for, I don't know. So that's my point, is I'm not arguing for I think more responsibility, yes. But that's different. Am I making sense? Maybe I'll have to do a scripted, structured video where I, like, properly go through why that's...
I'm almost done with the food, but it's just, like... five little spoonfuls left, but I just can't finish it. I'll have to put it back. I'm almost done, but I can't. It's too much.
It's different, but I feel like, is this enough to explain what I mean and what my position is? But I understand why people are getting annoyed, because I know there's an infantilization going on of young adults, and people are... childhood is being extended. I'm not arguing for childhood to be extended. Is that kind of clear now, or do I need to structure my thoughts properly and write that up and explain why that's a different thing?
No, I can't.
Yeah, but I hope that made sense. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that, and this is kind of in a rough chat.
I'll just give it to the kitties to eat it.
Format, because that was something a few people kept bringing up. But no, that's not the same as being controlling or overindulging or infantilizing your older teenagers. I think you should do the opposite. But then being protective of them and knowing when they're being taken advantage of, or going, hang on, there's an obvious... Yes, you're an adult and I trust you and I think you're capable and I respect you as an autonomous person. However, we also don't ignore reality when we acknowledge that there's a clear power dynamic here, or that you're more vulnerable or more able of being taken advantage of, and you're not an adult in the same way like someone a few years older was. Like, a few years older would be. So, like, if I was going out with someone a couple of decades older than me, would my parents get involved? No, I don't know, they wouldn't, because I'm an adult. I know, like, more than I'm a proper adult. I mean, I don't think they'd be happy about it, But it depending on if, I seem to be happy, if it seems to, probably take them a little while to come around to it. They're not going to tell me they're not going to get involved. Hope you know what you're doing. You're an adult, but we'll see. We'll see what this, but I think that'll be their attitude for me. But if my younger sister, who's 18, yes, she's also technically an adult. If she was dating someone a couple of decades older, they'd probably say to her, absolutely fucking not. I don't care if you're an adult, you're not doing that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway. Goodness gracious. Hope that was explained something. Explained kind of my position and kind of maybe it was an interesting chat anyway. So, in which case, yeah, I've got some exciting ideas coming soon of like other stuff, and yeah, just cool ideas, cool things going on. Hopefully I'll get my camera back and be able to. I'll fight you. I'll fight her for it. Anyway. Yes, okay. Thank you all for watching, and look after yourselves. I remember being like way up in a tree and like been freaking out, and I'd have a panic, and then I remember what you and Mum would say to me and go, right, stop crying. And then I'd stop and go, right, what would they tell me to do? And it's like, right, put my foot here, and then I could get down, whereas if you hadn't done that, I'd, like, it was, what was it? Teach a man to fish.
Yeah, Confucius, teach a man to fish. Give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for life. So but our parenting philosophy was benign neglect.
Yeah.
Is our parenting philosophy.
Yeah. I remember trying to trick you when I was little, trying to pretend I was sick and get off school and never worked.
No, but there's certain things, there's certain...
I remember once I practiced, I did this thing where I practiced throughout, I can't remember how old I was quite young, I was practicing sighing in front of the mirror before school. I was looking in the mirror, like sighing, like trying to look ill. I practiced, and then I walked into the kitchen and like just gave this sigh that I'm practicing for ages, and you just looked at me and went, oh, for God's sake, Galatea, stop hamming it up. And I was like, right, I guess it's off to school for me then.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things, well, partly because, the reason why I was so brutal about sickness.
Yeah, you were horrible. When we were ill, it was just, no. It was the way, I remember there were kids in my class who, when they were ill, they got to watch TV all day.
No.
Yeah, no, they got to watch TV and they got ice cream. When we were ill, first of all, we had to be vomiting or like with a limb loss if we wanted to be off school. And secondly, when we were
there's a very
and we were left alone in a room with nothing, with like horrible like vegetable broth.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if I was caught reading, because I'd have to read, and if I heard you coming upstairs, I'd have to hide the book, because if I was well enough to be reading, I was well enough to be at school.
Yeah. And there's a principle to that. Illness was meant to be purgatory. And the reason for that is, and incredibly boring.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, all we would do is train you that illness was a way of copping out, that it was pleasant, and that it was easy to give up.
Yeah.
And without being weird about it, we didn't want you to sort of get into hardwire habits of behaviour that would not serve you in later life. Yeah. And of course all of you can push through when it's a little bit tough, keep going, and you've all become your own people, pursuing and doing what you want to do. Whereas if, the merest sniffle we said, okay, that's okay, go and lie down, that wouldn't have served you in any way, shape or form. And so that was the one area where we were pretty ruthless. Yeah, you had to be literally have your leg blown off and vomit.
Well, I'll tell you.
You can only relax. You can only rest if your entire leg is gone. Based as fuck. We should have more parents who are based as fuck and treat their children like people, as opposed to defenseless, delicate flowers who will fall ogre at the slightest winds. Let's go ahead and read some comments. When I started making my own decisions, I was treated simultaneously as a child as well as an adult, and it was very confusing at 18 and 19. I was treated with disdain no matter what decision I made, until I stopped listening to anyone but myself. I became rebellious. I wanted to have all responsibility and applied for the worst job, especially at my young age of 19. Home care. I was a cleaner, cook, errand runner for elderly or disabled people. I traveled and visited them in their own house. I am grateful for the experience, but the trauma and the situations no one told me were a possibility totally changed my entire outlook on the, quote, age of adulthood. I was manipulated by the elderly and had no direction from a careless boss. I now look back with horror when I imagine my little sister in the same position. I was essentially trapped in someone's house, getting paid to do their dirty work and suffer from verbal abuse. Not only that, but I was preyed upon by elderly men whom I thought were only fatherly. My innocent mistake. I was being groomed, for heaven's sake, and didn't even realize. I could have been raped or sexually assaulted if I hadn't listened to the pit in my stomach and quit when I did. I simply cannot believe that they hire 18-year-olds for that job. You need experience. Not only with cooking, cleaning, shopping, driving, easy enough, but you need life experience, which I never observed as a teen. I got experience at least, but what if I wasn't so lucky? Not being allowed to practice adulthood as a teen resulted in me putting myself in a line of work built on relationships I simply was not cognitively able to safely maneuver. All in the name of proving I was, in fact, an adult to other adults who didn't care to teach about adulthood. Yeah, that's definitely also a big issue. I think there's a similar mindset with the entire current issue we're having around masculinity and femininity. We have these alpha Chad influencers, these alpha Chad people who don't really behave all that alpha chatty. It's like one of those thingies where if you have to say it, then it's not really true. It's the kind of thing that people say about you based off your character, based off your behavior, based off of your reputation of how they would describe you. I think if you have to describe yourself as a Chad, as an alpha, then you're definitely not those things. The only obvious caveat to that is if you're just like making a meme, but it would have to be very, very, very clear that it is a meme, and I think a lot of people speak only in memes, and therefore it's difficult to take things that people say seriously. They believe themselves to be Chad, but they're anything but. Which is, I think, in a similar vein as this, that you have to try to you want to prove yourself to others, and you have to be overly bombastic, overly showy, because you don't know how to do it subtly, you don't know how to do it humbly, you don't know how to do it respectfully. And I think that's one of my biggest issues with people who believe themselves to be one thing. Socially, I mean, they believe themselves to socially be of this kind of characteristic of character A, but they lack the aura of that. I think it's kind of sad that there are people like that. I don't know if there's an easy way to or a path that we can lay out to sort of deal with that and slowly improve on it. Although I guess it kind of makes sense today too, because everybody's having our entire social idea of gender, of masculinity and femininity are all up in the air. There are those who want to be overly masculine to prove a point, but that just shows how insecure you are. Overly feminine, but then that also shows how insecure you are, how unable and your inability to actually do that, to actually be that. I don't know what sort of prescription we could lay out to address those issues. Also, I captured this. It's the Cliffs of Dover. Klippen von Dover. Yeah, it's Cliffs of Dover. That's pretty good for the culture. That's why he was able to push out so early on his borders, because he has all this 2 food, 3 gold, 3 culture. He has 2 tiles of those. I'm not sure why the water tiles for the Cliffs of Dover don't have some culture as well. That's a little weird. Okay, let's go have a look at another comment. I was coddled as a teen by my overprotective parents, and as a result, I believed I matured mentally later than most of my peers, and also had more problems with understanding the duties and responsibilities of being an adult. It's a complicated issue. Obviously, treating 18-year-olds as complete mature adults is a terrible idea. Usually, those are still half-children at most. Half-children? What is this, like fucking a half-orc? A half-elf? It's fucking D&D character. The half-children. Usually those are still half-children in almost mature bodies, but being overly protective over them is also not an answer, as it may prevent young people from developing skills necessary for coping in the modern unforgiving reality. It's baffling to me that you have to explain the difference between cuddling teenagers and not wanting them to date people in their 30s, because it seems pretty obvious. If anything, I can more easily imagine a sheltered teenager ending up in a relationship where they are in an obvious disadvantage in terms of agency than a responsible and age-appropriately mature one. It's an interesting discussion, but I think we can all agree that people don't immediately grow up as soon as they reach 18. There is this strange attitude many have where they believe a person who's 17 years and 364 days is a helpless child, yet becomes a full adult a day later. Obviously, we use the age of 18 as a line in the sand for many things, but the idea that maturity is not a spectrum I find to be incredibly reductive, and I am glad AO touched upon it in her other videos. AO, Authentic Observer. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. C.S. Lewis. I like that quote. That's one of my favorite quotes. I think it's telling that when the topic of infantilization of teenagers and young adults comes up, it's usually in the context of relationship/sex with other adults and not in the context of instilling young people with basic life skills, providing avenues for positive mentorship, or building functional communities. I think part of a way that we can like change our thinking to be very useful in this situation about infantilization is to, I think I mentioned it earlier, where kids aren't stupid. You shouldn't treat them as brainless children. just because they're learning, does it mean that they can't figure things out? They can't solve puzzles or put two and two together. And I've heard it before where ideally as a parent you don't want to raise a child. You want to raise a person who is currently a child and will one day be an adult. And I think that's the sort of mindset that is definitely useful for situations like this where this person who wrote this email has this really, really bizarre notion that, or maybe they just maybe their ideas in their head are a bit better thought out, but they can't articulate it in writing well, because that's definitely a difficult thing to do, to properly express your ideas, properly flesh them out in words. See if I can have her read it again. Just a real quick. Reread the thoughts of this person who sent in this email.
Exploit like 18-year-olds or teen. I think it's as young adults. Oh, no. Hopefully we can put up better and clarifying on how okay, so of an email that I was talking to someone about, that someone had messaged me. So this isn't, and I won't say his name because I don't know if you want me to say it. So this is the reason being because okay, I'll establish. So it's a very respectful email. I'm not doing this to be like, fuck you, you're an idiot. It's not that kind of video. But I wanted to read out part of it just because it probably condenses like a few separate arguments that other people had, because I've seen this kind of comment kind of crop up a few times along with some other stuff. So I just wanted to kind of fully like explain, because I understand the point where some people are coming from. So I want to explain kind of what I mean, what I'm talking about. And I'm going to just say, so the person sent me this email, we were having a good conversation. So if I get like, because I might well do, if I get like angry or start ranting in this, which I probably will, I suspect that'll happen at some point. It's not like this is, or if I call people idiots at any point, that'll be probably because of the more stupid or annoying kind of other comment. This is not directed at you, basically. The person sent me the email. It's very like respectful, like sensible email. That's my point. This is just, if it gets ranty, it's also because of some people saying very silly things. So it's not. I'm using part of the email to just because it you and this, because I want to clarify my position, because this is something a few people have said. So I'll just read out, because I'll just read out part of this. So you've said, a small number of things have actually cropped up in your videos that I slightly disagree with you on, probably the biggest one being your view on teens being adults. My view is, sure, 18-year-olds are legally adults, but since I'm really big on natural law, my view is that human laws don't matter when it comes to morality. I think someone is an adult when they've stopped growing. I base my view on biology.
That's the thing I was thinking of. That people become adults when they stop growing. I said it when she first read that out loud, because you never stop growing. You're always constantly changing. Every single day is an opportunity to learn something new, to be something new, to do something new, to grow, to not only mentally, but also physically, emotionally, religiously, spiritually. There's so many different ways. There's so many things in this email that I don't know how this person just exists. I don't know how this person is alive in 2023 and apparently has access to computers because they sent an email. I don't know how you can be alive and say and believe some of these things that they're writing.
It also just seems like the logical stance. How can someone still be a child when they are fully grown? I don't blame you for thinking of your 18-year-old sister as a child. I think the problem is the way society treats this subject. It seems to me like the people in power for the past few decades want everyone as helpless as possible, and part of that is increasing the age of adulthood higher and higher. We wouldn't think of people fully biologically grown as children if we actually expected people to act like adults once they're fully grown. So I agree with parts of that. I'm going to explain, because I think part of this is like people misunderstanding my position, what I'm talking about, and part of it, yeah. So, okay. I'll just start off with a few. I've kind of got notes here, and we'll see kind of where it goes. Hopefully this will become a conversation. So, just in terms...
Okay, well, I guess that was the whole email, but, I don't know. Maybe it's just people who just lack the experience of knowing people of all different ages who have a widely different amount of maturity, widely different amount of experience in life, and who have different struggles at different points in their lives. It's so bizarre to me that supposedly an adult who wrote this email can't figure out that or can't piece together that, like, I don't think there's ever a point where you stop growing. I don't think there's ever a point where you're as somebody in another another stream has put it. I don't think anybody's ever in their quote final form. That's so weird. I can see how maybe you could argue that somebody could be set in their ways. Maybe they are, for the most part, going to remain the way they are for the rest of their lives at some point in their 20s or so. 20s or 30s, but to say something like when someone is an adult when they stop growing, I don't know, it just sounds like somebody who's an alien pretending to be human, doesn't really understand the human experience, or can't, or who themselves have feel that they themselves have stopped growing, that they've reached their final form, and that that's how other people are, or incapable of empathizing with the way other people are or can be. I don't know how else to... What the heck? He wants me to release his spy. He wants his spy back. And he will give me 4 gold and 1 iron for 30 turns. That's not a good deal. We're using gunpowder now. We're not using iron anymore. This might have been a tempting offer like 200 years ago when I had no iron and we were using swords. But thankfully we avoided war with the Japanese in the Iron Age. So no, I will not be trading your spy back. Uh-oh. The brown woman is angry at me. I might have to go conquer her next. Fuck! I can't move. Patch's feet are on the mouses. What happened, buddy? Patchies. Okay. No, come here. Come here. Over here, look over here. Over here. Over here. Roar. Roar. I think we'll just reset the transform in general. Okay, I guess she just wants to lay here. Let's put her there. Well, I guess since I can't play, for the time being, we'll go ahead and read Harry Potter again. Yesterday I had the music playing, so I think I will reread the opening of the book without the music this time. And then, once Patches is done fucking with my war machines, i.e. the mouse, then we'll go back to our normal setup. What's up, buddy? It looks like she's crying. It looks like she's got little baby kitty tears in her eyes. Okay, let me go find Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter 1. Okay. How does that look on screen? That's a little too small. Let's put it up. Up, 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 up. Bigger, 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 bigger. Okay, I think this is pretty well aligned here. So 1/3 of the screen is Patches, 1/3 of the screen is Harry Potter, 1/3 of the screen is Peter being angry at me. Better watch out, Peter. St. Petersburg's gonna be mine at some point soon. Let me just kill all of my mic filters so that hopefully as few of these words get cut off. Okay. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. I'm going to go ahead and read it as if I'm reading it to Patches herself. Oh, Arby's here too. Arby, come here. It's story time. Come here, buddy. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Mr. Dursley was the director of a firm called Grunnings, which made drills. He was a big, beefy man with hardly any neck, although he did have a very large mustache. Mrs. Dursley was thin and blonde and had nearly twice the usual amount of neck, which came in very useful as she spent so much of her time craning over garden fences, spying on the neighbors. The Dursleys had a small son called Dudley, and in their opinion, there was no finer boy anywhere. The Dursleys had everything they wanted, but they also had a secret, and their greatest fear was that somebody would discover it. They didn't think they could bear it if anyone found out about the Potters. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, but they hadn't met for several years. In fact, Mrs. Dursley pretended she didn't have a sister, because her sister and her good-for-nothing husband were as un-Dursleyish as it was possible to be. The Dursleys shuddered to think what the neighbors would say if the Potters arrived in the street. The Dursleys knew that the Potters had a small son too, but they had never seen him. This boy was another good reason for keeping the Potters away. They didn't want Dudley mixing with a child like that. They want purebloods. They don't want any mudbloods, any filthy mudbloods. When When Mr. and Mrs. Dursley woke up on the dull, gray Tuesday our story starts, there was nothing about the cloudy sky outside to suggest that strange and mysterious things would soon be happening all over the country. Mr. Dursley hummed as he picked out his most boring tie for work, and Mrs. Dursley gossiped away happily as she wrestled a screaming Dudley into his high chair. None of them noticed a large, tawny owl flutter past the window. At 8:30, Mr. Dursley picked up his briefcase, pecked Mrs. Dursley on the cheek, and tried to kiss Dudley goodbye, but missed because Dudley was now having a tantrum and throwing his cereal at the walls. "Little tyke," chortled Mr. Dursley as he left the house. He got into his car and backed out of number 4's drive. It was on the corner of the street that he noticed the first sign of something peculiar. A cat reading a map. For a second, Mr. Dursley didn't realize what he had seen. Then he jerked his head around to look again. There was a tabby cat standing on the corner of Privet Drive, but there wasn't a map in sight. What could he be thinking of? It must have been a trick of the light. Mr. Dursley blinked and stared at the cat. It stared back. The cat watches. As Mr. Dursley drove around the corner and up the road, he watched the cat in his mirror. It was now reading a sign that said Privet Drive. No, looking at the sign. Cats couldn't read maps or signs. Mr. Dursley gave himself a little shake and put the cat, like you use a little patches, a cat out of his mind. As he drove toward town, he thought of nothing except a large order of drills he was hoping to get that day. But on the edge of town, drills were driven out of his mind by something else. As he sat in the usual morning traffic, he couldn't help noticing that there seemed to be a lot of strangely dressed people about. People in cloaks. Mr. Dursley couldn't bear people who dressed in funny clothes. The get-ups you saw on young people. He supposed this was some new fashion, some stupid new fashion. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, and his eyes fell on a huddle of those weirdos standing quite close by. They were whispering excitedly together. Mr. Dursley was enraged to see that a couple of them weren't young at all. Why, that man had to be older than he was, and wearing an emerald green cloak. The nerve of him! But then it struck Mr. Dursley that this was probably some silly stunt. These people were obviously collecting for something. Yes, that would be it. The traffic moved on, and a few minutes later, Mr. Dursley arrived in the Grunnings parking lot, his mind back on drills. Mr. Dursley always sat with his back to the window in his office on the 9th floor. If he hadn't, he might have found it harder to concentrate on drills that morning. He didn't see the owls swooping past in broad daylight, though people down in the street did. They pointed and gazed open-mouthed as owl after owl sped overhead. Most of them had never seen an owl, even at nighttime. Mr. Dursley, however, had a perfectly normal, owl-free morning. He yelled at 5 different people. He made several important phone calls and shouted a bit more. He was in a very good mood until lunchtime, when he thought he'd stretch his legs and walk across the road to buy himself a bun from the bakery. He'd forgotten all about the people in cloaks until he passed a group of them next to the baker's. He eyed them angrily as he passed. He didn't know why, but they made him uneasy. This bunch were whispering excitedly too, and he couldn't see a single collecting tin. It was on his way back past them, clutching a large donut in a bag, that he caught a few words of what they were saying. The Potters! That's right, that's what I heard. Yes, their son, Harry. Mr. Dursley stopped dead. Fear flooded him. He looked back at the whispers, as if he wanted to say something to them, but thought better of it. He dashed back across the road, hurried up to his office, snapped at his secretary not to disturb him, seized his phone, and had almost finished dialing his home number when he changed his mind. He put the receiver back down and stroked his mustache, thinking. No, he was being stupid, Potter wasn't such an unusual name. He was sure there were lots of people called Potter who had a son called Harry. Come to think of it, he wasn't even sure his nephew was called Harry. He'd never seen the boy. It might have been Harvey or Harold. There was no point in worrying Mrs. Dursley. She always got so upset at any mention of her sister. He didn't blame her, if he'd had a sister like that. But all the same, those people in cloaks. He found it a lot harder to concentrate on drills that afternoon, and when he left the building at 5 o'clock, he was still so worried that he walked straight into someone just outside the door. "Sorry," he grunted, as the tiny old man stumbled and almost fell. It was a few seconds before Mr. Dursley realized that the man was wearing a violet cloak. He didn't seem at all upset about being almost knocked to the ground. On the contrary, his face split into a wide smile, and he said in a squeaky voice that made passers-by stare, "Don't be sorry, my dear sir, for nothing could upset me today. Rejoice, for you know who has gone at last. Even muggles like yourself should be celebrating this happy, happy day." Patches is gone! How much longer is this chapter? It's quite a bit longer. Let's read until... That was page 3. Let's read until page 5. Let's try to do increments of 5 pages. Happy, happy day. Okay. Get some water, because I'm starting to need it now. Okay, so let's see. He says, "Rejoice, for you know who has gone at last. Even muggles like yourself should be celebrating this happy, happy day." And the old man hugged Mr. Dursley around the middle and walked off. Mr. Dursley stood rooted to the spot. He had been hugged by a complete stranger. He also thought he had been called a muggle, whatever that was. He was rattled. He hurried to his car and set off for home, hoping he was imagining things which he had never hoped for before, because he didn't approve of imagination. As he pulled into the driveway of number 4, the first thing he saw, and it didn't improve his mood, was the tabby cat he'd spotted that morning. It was now sitting on his garden wall. He was sure it was the same one. It had the same markings around its eyes. "Shoo!" said Mr. Dursley loudly. The cat didn't move. It just gave him a stern look. Was this normal cat behavior? Mr. Dursley wondered. Trying to pull himself together, he let himself into the house. He was still determined not to mention anything to his wife. Mrs. Dursley had had a nice normal day. She told him all over dinner, all about Mrs. Next Door's problems with her daughter and how Dudley had learned a new word. Won't. Mr. Dursley tried to act normally. When Dudley had been put to bed, he went into the living room in time to catch the last report of the evening news. And finally, bird watchers everywhere have reported that the nation's owls have been behaving unusual today. Although owls normally hunt at night and are hardly ever seen in daylight, there have been hundreds of sightings of these birds flying in every direction since sunrise. Experts are unable to explain why the owls have suddenly changed their sleeping pattern. They're being gamers. They have to work in the day now. The newscaster allowed himself a grin. Most mysterious. And now, over to Jim McGuffin with the weather. Going to be any more showers of owls tonight, Jim? Well, Ted, said the weatherman, I don't know about that, but it's definitely not only the owls that have been acting oddly today. Viewers as far as Kent, Yorkshire, and Dundee have been phoning in to tell me that instead of the rain I promised yesterday, they've had a downpour of shooting stars. Perhaps people have been celebrating bonfire night early. And it's not until next week, folks, but I can promise a wet night tonight. Mr. Dursley sat frozen in his armchair. Shooting stars all over Britain, owls flying by daylight, mysterious people in cloaks all over the place, and a whisper about the Potters. Mrs. Dursley came into the living room carrying 2 cups of tea. It was no good. He'd have to say something to her. He cleared his throat nervously. Petunia, dear, you haven't heard from your sister lately, have you? As he had expected, Mrs. Dursley looked shocked and angry. After all, they normally pretended she didn't have a sister. No, she said sharply. Why? Funny stuff on the news, Mr. Dursley mumbled. Owls, shooting stars, and there were a lot of funny-looking people in town today. So? Snapped Mrs. Dursley. Well, I just thought maybe it was something to do with, her crowd. Mrs. Dursley sipped her tea through her pursed lips. Mr. Dursley wondered whether he dared tell her he'd heard the name Potter. He decided he didn't dare. Instead, he said, as casually as he could, their son. He'd be about Dudley's age now, wouldn't he? I suppose so, said Mrs. Dursley stiffly. What's his name again? Howard, isn't it? Harry. Nasty common name, if you ask me. Oh, yes, said Mr. Dursley, his heart sinking horribly. Yes, I quite agree. He didn't say another word on the subject as they went upstairs to bed. While Mrs. Dursley was in the bathroom, Mr. Dursley crept into the bedroom window. Mr. Dursley crept to the bedroom window and peered down into the front garden. The cat was still there. It was staring down Privet Drive as though it were waiting for something. Was he imagining things? Could all this have anything to do with the Potters? If it did, if it got out that they were related to a pair of... Well, he didn't think he could bear it. The Dursleys got into bed. Mrs. Dursley fell asleep quickly, but Mr. Dursley lay awake, turning it all over in his mind. His last comforting thought before he fell asleep was that even if the Potters were involved, there was no reason for them to come near him and Mrs. Dursley. The Potters knew very well what he and Petunia thought about them and their kind. He couldn't see how he and Petunia could get mixed up in anything that might be going on. He yawned and turned over. It couldn't affect them. How very wrong he was. Mr. Dursley might have been drifting into an uneasy sleep, but the cat on the wall outside was showing no sign of sleepiness. Sleepings. It was sitting as still as a statue, its eyes fixed unblinkingly on the far corner of Privet Drive. It didn't so much as quiver when a car door slammed on the next street, nor when 2 owls swooped overhead. In fact, it was nearly midnight before the cat moved at all. A man appeared on the corner the cat had been watching. Appeared so suddenly and silently, you'd have thought he just popped out of the ground. The cat's tail twitched and its eyes narrowed. Nothing like this man had ever been seen on Privet Drive. He was tall, thin, and very old, judging by the silver of his hair and beard, which were both long enough to tuck into his belt. He was wearing long robes, a purple cloak that swept the ground, and high-heeled buckled boots. His blue eyes were light, bright, and sparkling behind half-moon spectacles, and his nose was very long and crooked, as though it had been broken at least twice. This man's name was Albus Dumbledore. Okay, this is halfway through page 5, but I think we'll leave it there. That's a good place to end. I will keep this open. in the event that Patches wants to jump on the desk again and have a bit more cuddle and playtime. But for now, she is asleepings on the bed. I don't recall if there were any other videos that I wanted to listen to that are not Big Feet's videos. Let me go have a look. I think that there are a couple of demon related videos so that we can have a bit of a break from the Big Feets. The Big Feets one that I had earlier wasn't necessarily the most interesting one. Let's check paranormal speculation. Maybe this isn't where he posted that one. Prophecy, Russia will march upon all of Europe. That one could be interesting to watch. I think I may have fucked up my voice for today because I was cleaning the kitty litter. And as always, I forget to put on my mask, and my throat got kind of wrecked there for a little bit with the all the dust. Okay, let me put on a bit of music while I either look for videos or some articles to read. Let me just make sure it's not gonna demolish your ears. Okay, I think I remember. I was going to start building up my wish list on Hot Topic because they have a lot of Kuromi stuff. A lot of Kuromi and Hello Kitty stuff. And probably also some My Melody stuff. And they have quite a lot of discounts. So I think that things are obviously very overpriced there. And the point is that they want you to take advantage of those discounts. So that your monkey brain gets the dopamine rush of, holy shit, I'm taking advantage of a sale, and holy shit, I'm getting a whole bunch of good stuff. And so that might be something to do as well. There's so many different little things I have to do. I could also I need to sow some cucumbers. I think I have a bit more seed starter outside. I'll have to like set up an IP camera so I can just go do that in the kitchens and not get a whole bunch of dirt in my room unnecessarily. I feel like I could be careful enough to not drop any soil all over my desk or my carpet, but rather be safe than sorry. Okay, let's start with this article here. I don't actually want to read the article because there's probably spoilers for anybody who has not yet seen the Mario movie. But this article is about 10 Easter eggs and references to video games. One thing that I wish they had done, it would have been such a great opportunity, such an amazing thing, is when it's in the trailer. I can go look that up. It's the first trailer. Mario movie trailer. Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this part where the white man beats up the monkey, it would have been so perfect if they used the Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Ultimate character stage entries where they would have like Mario go into a pipe, and then he would. Let's get a proper shot here. I think he even has here the running animation that's in Smash Bros. It's really cool. So he would like go into, instead of walking onto the platform here, he would, there's like a pipe inside or something, so he'd go into the pipe and then the pipe would come up and he'd jump out of it. And then I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, that Donkey Kong's intros that he's inside of a barrel that says DK on it, and there'd be like a cannon or something, or some other monkeys would throw it onto the stage and then he would break out of it, just like in Smash Bros. I feel like that would have been so fucking cool if they did that. It's a missed opportunity. It's gonna have to be a fan edit that does that, because that'd be just like so fucking cool. I would have literally cummed on the seat if I saw that happen. Literal buckets of cum. Okay, let's go ahead and read this one. From Fox News on April 12th, 2023, North Korean missiles prompts Japan to call for false alarm evacuations in Hokkaido. Hokkaido residents were issued to evacuate due to the North Korean missile. North Korea's military launched a ballistic missile towards the sea Thursday, prompting a false alarm that caused Japan to issue brief evacuation warnings for the island of Hokkaido. South Korea's Joint Chief of Staff reported that the missile fired from the east coast of the Korean peninsula. The Japanese government alerted residents of Hokkaido that the northmost main island of Japan to take cover, warning that it was likely to fall near the island around 8 a.m. Evacuate immediately. Immediately evacuate inside the building or underground. The warning read. The missile is expected to fall around Hokkaido around 800. Please evacuate immediately. The Japan Broadcasting Corporation, also known as NHK, later posted a bulletin saying the missile was unlikely to fall in Hokkaido. Japanese officials said the missile landed in waters but did not provide further details. The launch was one of many that North Korea has executed to protest U.S.-South Korean military drills. North Korean officials have insisted that the American military exercises are proof of hostility, while U.S. officials say the drills are defensive. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un said Monday that his country needed to bolster his nuclear deterrent in a more practical and defensive way against perceived acts of aggression, according to the Korean Central News Agency. Japan recently joined America and South Korean officials in calling to ban North Korea from sending workers abroad, citing concern for its cybercrime and growing nuclear arsenal. We need to make sure that its provocations never go unpunished. We will effectively counter North Korea's future provocations and cut their revenue streams that fund these illegal activities, South Korean envoy Kim Gun said last week. Pretty spooky, but they've been doing this for the past 5 billion years, so the threat is very much still real, but I don't know if North Korea will act alone. They would probably have to be able to be in a position to take advantage of Russia and China if they decided to have an assault or military exercises of their own near the Ukrainian borders or the Turkey borders or India borders. So, I don't know. There's always all of these little war maneuvers in the Southeast Asia area. It's just like a cycle, I guess, where once enough time has passed, they'll forget about it. We'll forget about it. It'll be a whole entire nothing burger. And then in a couple months, they'll do it again. And the cycle rinses and repeats. Okay, this new article from The Atlantic. April 12th, 2023. The new lines of gun reform battle. The American public supports some stricter gun measures. Will the country ever enact them? Okay, I may have baited people because I cannot read the article. Let's see if I get a... Maybe if I do the Internet Archive, I will have access to the entire article. We will see. Internet Archive. The Wayback Machine. Okay, did it work? It did work. Amazing. Thank you very much to the Atlantic subscriber who... Oh, never mind. It worked for like a second. Let's see if I can do the trick where you let it load and then... Fuck! Okay, I'm going to go ahead and perform theft on screen. Let's find the element that cock blocks us from this story. Inspect element Hacksaw. Hacksaw Supreme. It's in this division. Divider, dividend. I forget what it is. I haven't done C++ in forever. Or not C++, CSS. It's been years since I've done anything on the web page. Okay, here's the div. How do we assassinate this guy? Fuck. Need to kill this entire injected gate. What if I just kill the div in general? Kill that? Nope. Kill the class. Nope. It doesn't work. I just want to read this article. Why don't you want me to read your opinions? So that I can disagree or agree and either spread the good word or challenge your worldview. No, it doesn't work. How about section? Could it be the section? Article body divider. Could it be that one? Fuck. That's not it. Article end. Injected gate. No! It's not gonna work! Well, I guess I cannot access this article. Fuck! Okay, let's see if I can... It did work for like a second here on the Wayback Machine. Is there a way... Okay, I think you just gotta do that. You just gotta, as it's reloading, you gotta press X to stop loading, so that it does not load the paywall. I mean, the cock block. Okay. Let's see how much of this is worth reading. A 2022 Supreme Court ruling changed the boundaries of America's fight over guns. The latest mass shooting tragedies raise the question, where does gun reform go next? Far more permissive. The public radio editor Erica Mahoney, whose father was killed in a mass shooting at a grocery store 2 years ago, wrote yesterday that every mass shooting is its own metastasizing loss, weaving a web of pain that extends far beyond its victims. Mass shooters are also a national disgrace, the Stanford Law School professor John J. Donahue argues in a New Atlantic essay. Each compounding tragedy, most recently Monday's mass shooting at a bank in Louisville, Kentucky, and the March 27th shooting at a Nashville elementary school, highlights, quote, the inability of the American political system to adopt numerous popular public policy strategies that together could substantially reduce the prevalence and destructiveness of these events. Donahue, who has been studying the links between guns and crime for 25 years, notes that though a federal assault weapons ban was in place for a decade, it lapsed in 2004. Now, quote, the gun lobby is challenging every valuable gun safety law throughout the United States with the belief that Republican appointees on the Supreme Court will protect the right to sell lethal weaponry to as many Americans as possible, he writes. That's quite a way of wording it, but okay. So far, that belief seems to hold some truth. Ryan Busse, B-U-S-S-E, Ryan Busse, a senior policy advisor to the gun safety advocacy group Giffords, argued late last year that the Supreme Court's June decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Inc. versus Bruin is a dangerous destruction of precedent. The majority opinion, written by Justice Clarence Thomas, changed the framework that courts use when determining the constitutionality of firearm regulations. The court's conservative majority would call, would judge all firearms regulations by a new originalist standard. If there is no historical proof of gun law linked to 1791 or 1868, the years when the Second and 14th Amendment, respectively, were ratified, then any modern law restricting firearms is liable to be ruled unconstitutional. Never mind that any teenager with a modern AR-15 rifle can fire several times each second, whereas a well-trained 18th century soldier could fire a musket, at best, 3 or 4 times a minute. The ruling, in other words, broadened interpretations of the Second and 14th Amendments to protect individuals' right to legally carry a handgun in public. That decision has transformed the fight over guns in America, the legal scholar Timothy Zick and the council member Diana Palmer explained last year. The question is no longer, quote, who can buy guns or what guns can be bought, but where these firearms can be carried every day by the millions and millions of Americans who own them. Donahue, the Stanford Law School professor, concedes that many Americans support expansive rights to gun ownership. But, he adds, it's still the case that the political system is producing an outcome far more permissive than what the population wants. He points out the disparity that exists even between the NRA leaders and the organization's own members. Repeated surveys show that while the NRA membership consistently supports reasonable measures such as universal background checks, NRA leaders stake out a much more extreme position. Following the February 2018 high school shooting in Parkland, Florida, that left 14 dead, then-President Donald Trump announced that we needed more gun control and that he was not afraid of the NRA. But when the NRA head Wayne LaPierre told Trump to stop the push for universal background checks, then supported by 90% of people who voted Republican in the 2018 midterm election, Trump stopped. Polls from the past decade suggest that an overwhelming majority of Americans support universal background checks for gun purchases. So what could Congress and the U.S. government do to better align the nation's gun regulations with the views of its citizens? Donahue argues that any approach short of a federal assault weapons ban with restrictions on high-capacity magazines will not be enough to prevent future mass shootings. He also recommends removing loopholes that allows some gun buyers to skirt protocols in the federal background check system and improving public education on the dangers of allowing disturbed individuals access to guns. But he's not optimistic that these interventions are possible given the corrosively powerful domestic gun industry that stands against them. In light of the immense influence of this industry, my colleague David Frum made the case in 2021 for a gun reform strategy that focuses on changing the minds and behaviors of individual people. It would be good to reverse the permissive trends in gun law. It would be good to ban the preferred weapons of mass shooters. It would be good to have a stronger system of background checks. It would be good to stop so many Americans from carrying guns in public. Okay. But even if none of those things happens, and there's little sign of them happening anytime soon, progress can be made against gun violence, as progress was once made against the other social evils by persuading Americans to stop, one by one by one. Frum offers the example of drunk driving as a potential blueprint. The action has been illegal in the United States since cars became ubiquitous, but those laws weren't consistently enforced until the 1980s when the founding of Mothers Against Drunk Driving by a woman who had lost her daughter to a repeat hit-and-run driver. MAD convinced American drivers that they were not weak or unmanly if they surrendered the car keys after drinking too much, Frum writes. That kind of cultural change beckons now. Who is this guy? David Frum. That name is familiar. I think my copy of George Orwell has a foreword by David Frum. My copy of George Orwell. My copy of 1984. Foreword by Frum. Or maybe it's not, because I think the Frum in Eric Frum. Okay, with Frum with 2 M's, not 1 M. Okay, entirely different guy. disregard my thought process there. I didn't do nothing. Is that it? Is that it? What the heck? That's it? You wanted me to pay for that? I can't even read one single article on The Atlantic. At least give me like 2 or 3 free articles, but not even one? Bruh. Bruh, what the heck? Okay. So this guy, David From, says it would be good to stop so many Americans from carrying guns in public. I think that would technically work against this guy's end goal, because his end goal here regarding gun reform. I guess technically it doesn't say what his ultimate end goal is. The quote here. So the quote is introduced as David From making the case in 2021 for a gun reform strategy that focuses on changing the minds and behaviors of individual people. And then he says it would be good to reverse the permissive trends in gun law, to ban the preferred weapons of mass shooters, to have a stronger system of background checks, and to stop so many Americans from carrying guns in public. Progress can be made against gun violence, is what he says. Thoughts, prayers, and Facebook rants aren't enough. It's not actually impossible to defeat the NRA. When was this? June 16th, 2016? This other article that linked me to. Which one was this after? 2016, was this Sandy Hook? Or Orlando? Less than a week since the massacre at an Orlando nightclub. That was fucking 2016. Holy fuck. You know you're getting old when everything that you thought was 1 or 2 years ago was like ogre 10 years ago. I am too old. I am ready to die. I mean, you think you're doing a good thing. I suppose they do believe that Bruin is a misstep. I can definitely understand the perspective, but I think it is unrealistic. I always dislike, or I guess maybe not dislike, but I'm always hesitant to go too far down the logic tree of people saying that that the gun ban worked in Australia, that this is the only country where we have this level of gun violence and stuff, because every country is different. Every country has its own different issues, its own infrastructure, its own culture. Just because it worked somewhere else doesn't mean it will work here. I think it's definitely a losing battle to try to try to treat the US and the entire gun debate as if it's a vacuum that can be so easily and so quickly modified or toyed with without taking into account the entire the entire monsoon that is American culture, that is our history, that is our mindset, that is our expansive geography and multitude of regional, I guess regional cultures is also a thingy, not just national culture, but also the fact that different parts of the world are just different parts of the country are so radically unique between coasts, between states, parts of states, regions of states. Wait, they captured my spy? Oh no, we captured their spy. Okay, that was the Greek spy. This guy has 3 charges. This guy has 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this guy over here and this guy over toward Thick Beats. Oh, base. We have plenty of movement here, so we can kill all the Buddhists in Poltergeist and all the Buddhists in Fig Beats. Thighdeology is making a massive resurgence, a major return to form in the great Sumerian Empire. And we gotta convert Amsterdam also to Thighdeology. I might need... I definitely will need another Inquisitor. Let's grab this guy. And then we'll also grab some more Apostles. Okay, let's see if I can find something else to listen to here. I don't know if I want it to be a Big Feats. If I can find something that is not a Big Feats, then I'll go ahead and do that. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Shigeru Miyamoto explains why this Super Mario Bros. Movie lives up to fan expectations. I guess I'll watch that later. Post it on the Discord. A spike in mysterious deaths. Why are young people suddenly dropping dead worldwide? Let's see what that one's about.
Sudden death among healthy working age people worldwide is skyrocketing. Here in America, it was up 40% during the third and fourth quarters of 2021. Our next guest contends a 10% jump would have been a 1 in 200 year event. But this was 40%. Edward Dowd is a founding partner of Finance Technologies and author of the new book, Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. Okay, Edward, most people would respond to this sudden death news and say the statistics jumped 40% because of COVID-19. What do you say?
Yeah, so in 2020, it was mostly old folks who died of COVID with comorbidities. Then there was a sudden mix shift in 2021 and 22 and continues in 23. And my work and my partner's work points to something that happened with the employed of our country. It's been detrimental to your health to be employed in 21 and 22. And we examined the Society of Actuaries, which is an industry group for insurers that does surveys. In August of 22, they came out with a survey for their group life policyholders, and group
Benjamin
life
Franklin
is a
may
specific
have discovered
policy for those who onboard to Fortune 500 or mid-sized companies. You get this death benefit as kind of a freebie when you onboard, and you get 1 or 2 extra salary. Should you die, you get that. Your family gets that, or your beneficiary. You have to be employed at the time you get it. Well, this is a great business for insurance companies. And in 2021, the whole industry experienced 40% excess death in ages 25 through 64. The millennials 25 through 44 were hard hit, particularly. The group life policyholders generally die at 1/3 the rate of the general U.S. population in any given year. And in 2021, I just said they had 40% excess death. The general U.S. population had 32% excess death.
Well, it seems like, tell us about some of these unexpected sudden deaths. It seems like there are a lot of them. I mean, just from a Google search, you can find like a lot of 12, 14, 16, 18-year-olds that are just dropping dead suddenly. Tell us more.
Right. And in my book, I talk about sudden death, and we look at the sudden deaths of athletes, which, did it happen before 21? It did. There was a study in 2006 by the Lausanne Institute in Switzerland that showed over the course of 38 years, they found 1,101 sudden athletic deaths, which is about 29 a year globally. We'd be lucky to have a month with just 29 since 2021. In my book alone, there's hundreds and hundreds of examples. So something's changed. I obviously blame the vaccine because that's what's changed and mandates.
The vaccine.
And, the naysayers will tell me it's COVID, long COVID. Well, if that's the case, why did it not affect the young in 2020? And so we have a health problem, a national health crisis, and at the very least, it should be examined and discussed openly. Unfortunately, the vaccine is a taboo subject, and it's not allowed to be discussed in the mainstream media or pretty much anywhere near health authorities. So this is a problem that needs to be reckoned with. We need a national discussion about it. And, if I'm proven wrong, that's great. But unfortunately, on Wall Street, when we see statistics like this, and trend changes like this, we become quite alarmed. And that's what I do for a living.
Yeah, it gets your attention. And I want to remind people that you're not a medical doctor, but you've done a lot of research on this for your book. So what did medical professionals speculate is the probable cause of all these sudden deaths? Do they agree with you?
Well, it depends on where you fall down on the issue. Obviously, the frontline doctors who were vilified early on, who identified the vaccine issues, like Peter McCullough, Dr. Malone, and others, agree with me. The excuses I've heard from many medical professionals is, well, there's suicides, Ed. There's drug and fentanyl overdoses and missed cancer screening appointments. Well, let's take a look at what happened in the third quarter of 2021. The millennial group, according to the Society of Actuaries, that's ages 25 through 44, experienced into the third quarter a rise from about 30% excess mortality to 84%. Very sudden, rapid change. So I call that an event. I call that the mandate event in the fall of 2021. And to say that Fortune 500 and mid-sized company employees had a suicide pact doesn't make any sense to me. To get your claim, you have to keep your job. Fentanyl users and heroin users don't stay employed very long, and it's also suspicious they decided to overdose in the same quarter. And then the missed cancer screening appointments doesn't make any sense. I'm 56, never had one. It's something that young folks don't tend to do. So this is, and for all three to have occurred simultaneously is nearly impossible. So there is an event that occurred in 2021. If the doctors can explain that to me, we had already gone from the original Wuhan variant to Delta, and Delta didn't seem to do this damage in the summer, and Delta was all over the place in the summer. So somebody needs to investigate this. I have my definitive conclusion. In my estimation, it's the vaccine. I'll be proven wrong until, and right now I don't have anybody coming up with an excuse that makes any sense to me or anybody else, quite frankly.
Okay, the book is Cause Unknown, the Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021.
Nice meme. At least I am not dead yet, so if I do, it's either because of me playing Smash Bros. And going into sudden death, or the big feats feds who are trying to suppress the truth as I do my research to discover what really lies beyond our cities and towns. There's not really anything else. There's this one video that I've been getting about demons to know about. Maybe we'll check that one out. That'll be like the last video for today. And then if any other cool things start showing up other than big feet, so I can start making like connections between big feet and other occult and spooky monster thingies. And hopefully we can start diving even deeper into the underworld of spooky monsters. Just go look it up by title, or I think it was the thumbnail that had the words. But we'll check demons to know about. Demon names you must know. That's what it is. Fucking Meow Meow linked that one video, and I've got all of these other ones from the same guy. If I recall from this guy, his arguments, his points were mostly mostly as vague as he could possibly ever be. And they weren't necessarily specific. They weren't necessarily unique, I guess, to the specific situations he was talking about. But we'll see if this video is any better.
We are going to look at 6 main demons that are mentioned in the Bible and what are their functions. Now, talking about demons, it's important that we go to God's Word instead of going to our experiences or what we read online. You know, many times during deliverance, a demon will speak up that I am, a demon of obesity, a demon of tiredness, a demon of hate, a demon of anger, and I am demon of rage and religion, and Jezebel spirit, and so many other things. It's important to understand that names of demons, they reveal the nature of demons. Unclean spirits sometimes call themselves by idols, animals, and historic people who are notorious for their evil deeds. Demons in the Bible are called evil spirits, they're called unclean spirits, they're called familiar spirits, they're called lying spirits, and angels of Satan. And their goal is to entice, to harass, to torment, enslave, cause addictions, defile, deceive, and even attack physical body. The first spirit that I would like to mention that is mentioned in the Bible is 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 17, where Paul...
Oh, nope, all of his credibility is gone. He messed up he messed up the chapter, so he done goofed. First Timothy. Imagine not even knowing that it's Second Timothy instead of First. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't believe him.
Says to Timothy, he says, God has not given us a spirit of fear. A spirit of fear is a demon. There's a healthy fear. There's a fear of God. And then there's a spirit of fear. A spirit of fear is a natural fear that invades your life. It's a fear of circumstances, fear of death, fear of driving a car, fear of people, fear of insanity. It's a chronic timidity. It's paranoia, fear of isolation, fear of failure, fear of losing a job, fear of getting married, fear of getting sick, horrors and nightmares, as well as fear of the dark. There is natural fears, there is a holy fear, the fear of the Lord, and then there's a demonic fear. It's a natural fear that grips your life and paralyzes you from doing what God wants you to do. A lot of times behind that is a demonic spirit. And when the person experiences freedom, they also experience this release from this fear, and they begin to go into places they were not able to go before. They're able to have relationships they could not have before because something always held them back like a chain, and it didn't allow them to go as far as God intended them to go. The second fear, the second spirit I would like to highlight in the Bible is the spirit of death. In John chapter 10 verse 10, it speaks of the nature of Satan, which is to kill, steal, and destroy. You know, if he can't destroy, he will kill. If he can't kill, he will steal. Meaning he will take something from your life without ever being present or visible to you. A spirit of death is a spirit that is behind constant thoughts of suicide, murder, epilepsy, self-mutilation, abortion, abnormal grief, mourning, and also convulsions. Spirit of death, a lot of times when people, cut themselves, when they also contemplate suicide, and when they experience a certain even convulsions and epilepsy, a lot of times the spirit enters through abortion. When people commit abortion, that...
Okay, so the good thing here is about Athens is that that's his first city. That's the first Greek city that's closest to me, so that would be easy to capture his capital. And Egypt has very limited army, so we can probably just go through the... Of course, second Egypt gets the pyramids. What is this? What is this? We can just like sail out through the north here, set into the capital, take that pretty quickly. That leaves Spain. Okay, looks like the final boss is gonna have to be Spain, because the best way to get to Spain is to first cut through Russia. He doesn't have many cities. We can take St. Petersburg pretty quickly, I believe. We only need to take one Greek city. We can maybe take two Russian cities. We only need to take one. Oh wait, there's a new city here actually, Novgorod. Fuck. I guess I could use this apostle here as a spy. Have a look real quick. No! Why am I getting zone of controlled? Is it these gurus? I have no idea what gurus do. I've never played with religion all that much. Okay, so I'd have to take two Russian cities at the minimum. Maybe three if I want a good staging area to set sail across the sea toward Madrid. So I could try to go for a conquest victory. I think religious victory is a possibility, but it would be quite difficult because these guys have a whole bunch of gurus. I think I'll just go for conquest. That seems like the most reasonable way to get through this.
a spirit enters into their lives, a spirit of murder, a spirit of death, and it begins to plague.
I say conquest victory as if that's not the victory I always default to every single game. Nya ubu.
Their life. And maybe you're seeing these signs in your life. As you're listening to this right now during this lesson, I want you, don't just listen and take notes. I want you to take inventory of your heart. Do you see these patterns repeating in your life? If you do, we are going to pray together in just a few minutes and cause the Holy Spirit to break the grip of spirit of fear and spirit of death over your life and over your family. Another one is the spirit of harlotry or spirit of lust, as mentioned in Hosea chapter 5 verse 4. It's an evil force behind pornography, adultery, fornication, prostitution, and homosexuality. Many times this demon brings sexual dreams and appears as a spiritual husband or spiritual wife in a dream. There's a demon that is behind pornography that's released into people's lives. See, when people watch pornography, they don't realize there's a lot of people who are participating in the pornographic films are on drugs. And because they have to be on drugs to do those kind of acts that they do. A drug can be an open gate to the demonic realm. And so you're getting that impartation into your life, that demonic spirit that comes into your life, and you need to renounce that, and you need to forsake that, and you need to walk away from that so you can walk with the Holy Spirit instead of living under influence and control of a demon of lust. Another one is the spirit of bondage or spirit of addiction, as Romans chapter 8 verse 15
Bondage?
says. This demon stands behind addiction to alcohol, drugs, smoking, gambling, and also video games, as well as lighter addictions.
What? I can't play video games anymore? Video games are demons? I'm not lucky. I can't do nothing.
Has contributed like addiction to food, addiction to television, phone, computer, money, work, sleep, or constant tardiness. It's when people have an addictive thing, and yes, it's a habit, but a lot of times behind it is a demonic spirit that causes the person to keep on falling into the same thing. If you're addicted, for example, to smoking or drinking, and there's just no matter what, you keep falling into that thing, and you've tried therapy, and you've tried disciplining yourself, why don't you seek God for deliverance? Why don't you believe that during this course, God's gonna deliver you? And you're gonna take whatever steps are necessary to see yourself walking in freedom even after your deliverance. Now, also another one is the spirit of infirmity. And similar one is the spirit of death and a dumb spirit. Spirit of infirmity is really behind allergies, diabetes, arthritis, cancer, constant weaknesses, mental disorder, hunchback, organ failure, nerve disorders, chronic rash, and fungal infections. A similar one is also a spirit of death and deaf and dumb spirit. It's when a person is deaf and a person is mute. And so we see in the story of the Bible where a person couldn't speak and they were deaf and they were dumb, but behind that was a demon who took on their dysfunction as their name, and he
demons. Yeah, I think that was also my criticism. The criticism I had in mind when I watched this guy's last video is that whatever issue you have, it's actually a demon's, which can make sense in certain situations, but it seems as if the way that he's describing it is if it's a blanket. Basically, just demons themselves are blankets, and they wrap around you, and that's it. That's demon. If you have the tired sleepy, it's a demon's. If you have to go pee, it's a demon's. If you don't want to go to a sleepings, it's a demon's. I think that was basically why I felt as if this guy was the knowledge that he could impart on us is quite limited. I'm pretty sure that's the criticism I had. The better described criticism that the more elaborate criticism of what I said earlier before we started watching.
function in their dysfunction. And so when the demon was cast out, the person started to speak and the person started to hear. We've seen many times where people couldn't have children, And when the demon was cast out, they were able to have children. We've seen one person who had a sleep problem, a sleep apnea, and when the demon was cast out, they were delivered. Another person I recall who had cancer in their blood, and when they were delivered, they were also healed. And so God is able to bring total healing to your life, and a lot of times during deliverance, healing takes place. And so that's why we're not just called to pray for healing, we're called to heal the sick. We're called to bring God's word on the scene, God's kingdom on the scene, so the person can experience deliverance, because many times behind the deliverance is the door to their physical healing. Spirit of pride is next one. Pride is not just an emotion, it can be a spirit. Spirit that brings arrogance, revenge, rebellion, redness, egoism, lust for power, criticism, anger, independence, cruelty, vainglory, and also jealousy. It's where a person is not just, fall into pride, but pride possesses them. Please understand, Satan did not fall from heaven because Satan was stealing or Satan was lying. Satan did not fall from heaven because he was watching porn or smoking weed. He fell from heaven because of pride. It's one of his favorite demons. It's one of his favorite characteristics is arrogance and pride. And last one is spirit of Python, or spirit of divination, as it says in Acts chapter 16, verse 16. Spirit of divination, as it's also called, its main assignment is to deceive. This spirit operates through a cult like Freemasonry, Mormonism, Scientology, secret societies, New Age.
What the heck was that cut?
Jehovah's Witnesses, Eastern religions, fortune telling, through a cult like Freemasonry, Mormonism, Scientology, secrets.
That's just such an abrupt cut there before he even finishes Scientology.
Societies, New Age.
Oh my god, I gotta go back.
Spirit of Python.
It's too funny.
Or spirit of divination, as it says in Acts chapter 16, verse 16. Spirit of divination, as it's also called, its main assignment is to deceive. This spirit operates through a cult like Freemasonry, Mormonism, Scientology, secret societies, New Age, Jehovah's Witnesses, Eastern religions, fortune telling, chain letters, black and white magic, calling out the devil, numerology, Satan worship, warrior witching, levitation, charms, Ouija boards, curses, horoscopes, zodiac signs, acupuncture, and even dream catchers. Behind a lot of these things, if not all, there are demons that will attack a person if they come in contact with these things. Sometimes maybe you grew up in a family that dedicated you to one of these occults, and after you became a Christian, maybe you're still noticing a black presence that is following you everywhere. Perhaps you turned to God from a false religion and you're noticing a certain setback. I'm not in any way wanting to blame the devil. God never calls us to blame the devil. God calls us to resist the devil. God calls us to cast out demons, not to blame them for anything. Blaming devil is not going to get you any breakthrough. But when you come against...
What? But that's what my parents do all the time. Everything is the devil. Just like with this guy, everything is a demons is spooky demons is. But this guy's gonna be conflicting information. I thought everything was the devil and the demons. What the heck? Now he's saying it's not? We can't use it as an excuse?
When you come against the generational curses, when you come against the family heritage that maybe has been passed on to you, and you claim the blessing of Abraham, you will see breakthrough and you will see God's blessing in your life. Demons are doomed to fail, and you are gonna succeed. You're gonna overcome, because you're more than a conqueror in Christ Jesus. So let's right now take a moment and come against every spirit of fear, spirit of bondage, spirit of infirmity, spirit of heaviness, spirit of depression, or a spirit of Python that is maybe attacking your life right now in Jesus' name. Holy Spirit, I ask you that you will fill the room right now. Your presence is what brings deliverance.
We need to get that one guy from yesterday with his MLK voice to do this. Jamie, pull that shit up.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG, conservative. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win, but oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last, but oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes.
Let's see, Justin J. Pearson. TN House about to vote on expelling third Dem Oregon protest. Oh hey, at Creepy Lunatic, when did you get in here? Just listen. It was it's funny because so this guy over here, he's a politician, and here's his ad. He's trying to get people to vote for him.
Two reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent?
And then this is how he talks when he's not on TV in an advertisement. This is when he talks when he's on TV with his constituents, with the people who vote for him.
Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win, but oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last, but oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes.
It's just funny. Always so funny when people not only do they play a character, but they have the worst caricature. They use all the racist things that you could possibly say about it. I don't know, just these people are always so funny, no matter what. Okay, now that we finished that video, I think I'm basically done for today. How many cities do I have? How many actual cities we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cities. And then we captured 3 from Japan. So we have 12 cities, which is pretty good, but every time I capture cities from somebody, I hardly ever use them. Hardly ever useful, ever. You have a new puppy? What's the puppy's name? Yeah, go ahead, post it. Show me the puppy. Meow. I might... how much more is left here for chapter 1 of Harry Potter? We're halfway through the first chapter. Okay, I'll finish the first chapter of Harry Potter, and then that'll be the end of the stream. I cannot yet do Wordle because it is another 45 minutes until latest tomorrow. Okay, let's go ahead and save Civ. Okay, and exit to desktop. You're gonna post your puppy on the Discord, or you have a link, or gonna DM me on Discord? What kind of puppy is it? Is it a boy or a girl? What's the puppy name? I've never had a dog, but pretty sure at some point later I'll probably get a doggies. I've only ever had kitties, but they've always been kitties that came into the house. They were outdoor wild kitties, and then they became indoor kitties. Let's see if I can get a better desktop background here. This one's pretty good. Tipati. Oh my goodness, my brain is just so fucked. I'm still hearing sip sounds. I'm hearing like the ambience, like birds chirping. But it's not even open anymore. What, I just refresh and I didn't think I missed the part when we were on the game and jumped to a lecture. No, this is just Harry Potter. I'm just reading it. But yeah, show me a picture of your puppy. I want to see it. I want to see the puppies. This is where we left off here. This man's name was Albus Dumbledore. You can also check on YouTube where you can go back a couple minutes. You can go back all the way to the beginning of the stream if you wanted to. This is the link to the stream. And this is the link to the channel. I guess I could just do the tube.com/@0Sonia. Oh, you posted in Aminals? Oh, it's uploading. Okay. Yeah, I saw this picture earlier. It's a little deer with the little raccoons. And then this is me when I'm really, really hungry and I'm cosplaying as Kirby. I'm the chicken that is suspiciously soccer ball shaped. And this is Patches. There's two patches. There's this patch is here, and then this patch is the thumbnail. There's a lot of patches. It's so funny that she sits like that. I don't know why she's doing that. It's so funny. It's the Evil Reborn. It's so tiny. Such a tiny little puppy. I think Patches was this tiny too when we first got her. It's so teeny. What's the puppy name? You better have a super cool name. 50% pug, 50% anything else. It's a teeny weeny. Oh, I gotta post this one. This is the other video I was listening to earlier today. I think I'll put it in politics Or videos. I think I'll put it in videos. Video I was listening to on stream. Or I guess let's just say one of the videos. Listen to and discussed on stream. Called her Snack. Snack. S-N-A-K. Snack. Is a snake. Botona in Spanish. What the heck? Now I have to go get a puppy and name her Snack. Gonna get a puppy. Call it Cat. See, the puppy will be named Cat. Like this. And then the cat will be named Pup. Or what's another way? We could do Doggy. The cat will be named Doggy there. That's how we'll do it. It's an actual snack. Okay. Well, are you Chinese now? You're gonna eat your puppy? What the heck? We don't do that in the West. We don't do that. Since I'm also doing, actually, yesterday, we looked up a little bit about La Llorona. Let's go see if I can find some other. Let's go look up Chupacabra. There are. I need to find more. It's locked. Why is it locked on Wikipedia? To find some more scientific skepticism. American legendary creatures. That's a category. That's cool. Latin American legendary creatures. Supernatural legends. Cryptids. Let's also look. La Llorona. Gotta find some other Mexican ghosts. Female legendary creatures. I'm gonna have to make a card game or something, or a board game. Dule Vieja? Dule Vieja is a legendary figure from Costa Rica. Panamanian folklore, she is a ghost who wears a distinctive hat. Gotta go read some more about South American creatures. There's also a lot of Japanese creatures that I want to look up, and the demons and stuff. So we'll see. Nah, but she's so tiny. It looks like a little snack. Could probably eat her in one bite. Yeah. Oh yeah. Get the prayers for Maria. Here is the prayers for Maria. Second one today. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to like make a list of spooky monsters to find stories about and learn more about, because that's always fun. But yeah, that's a good puppy. You gotta post some videos and stuff once you find funny things that the puppy likes to do. I did have a video of the kitties playing together, but I haven't posted it yet. I gotta do that at some point. Okay, so I'm gonna finish reading the rest of this first chapter of Harry Potter, and then I'm gonna go to a sleepings. Okay, let me drink some waters first. What? The puppy's gonna give you diabetes? I guess a little puppy like that is super sweet. Has a lot of sugar. Okay. So, there's an old man with a very long silver hair and beard who seems to have magically appeared in the street. This man's name was Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore didn't seem to realize that he had just arrived in a street where everything from his name to his boots was unwelcome. He was busy rummaging in his cloak, looking for something, but he did seem to realize he was being watched, because he looked up suddenly at the cat, which was still staring at him from the other end of the street. For some reason, the sight of the cat seemed to amuse him. He chuckled and muttered, "I should have known." He found what he was looking for in his inside pocket. It seemed to be a silver cigarette lighter. He flicked it open, held it up in the air, and clicked it. The nearest street lamp went out with a little pop. He clicked it again. The next lamp flickered into darkness. 12 times he clicked the put-outer until the only lights left on the whole street were 2 tiny pinpricks in the distance, which were the eyes of the cat watching him. If anyone looked out their window now, even beady-eyed Mrs. Dursley, they wouldn't be able to see anything that was happening down on the pavement. Dumbledore slipped the put-outer back inside his cloak and set off down the street toward number 4, where he sat down on the wall next to the cat. He didn't look at it, but after a moment he spoke to it. "Fancy seeing you here, Professor McGonagall." He turned to a smile at the tabby, but it had gone. Instead, he was smiling at a rather severe-looking woman who was wearing square glasses exactly the shape of the markings the cat had around its eyes. She, too, was wearing a cloak, an emerald one. Her black hair was drawn into a tight bun. She looked distinctly ruffled. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. "My dear Professor, I've never seen a cat sit so stiffly." "You'd be stiff if you'd been sitting on a brick wall all day," said Professor McGonagall. "All day? When you could have been celebrating, I must have passed a dozen feasts and parties on my way here." Professor McGonagall sniffed angrily. "Oh yes, everyone's celebrating, all right," she said impatiently. "You'd think they'd be on a bit more careful, but no, even the Muggles have noticed something's going on. It was on their news." She jerked her head back at the Dursleys' dark living room window. "I heard it. Flocks of owls, shooting stars. Well, they're not completely stupid. They were bound to notice something. Shooting stars down in Kent. I'll bet that was Daedalus Diggle. He never had much sense." I'm gonna struggle so much with these British-sounding names. Why'd she have to make her names so Britishy? "You can't blame them," said Dumbledore gently. "We've had precious little to celebrate for 11 years. "I know that," said Professor McGonagall irritably. "But there's no reason to lose our heads. People are being downright careless, out on the streets in broad daylight, not even dressed in muggle clothes, swapping rumors. She threw a sharp sideways glance at Dumbledore here, as though hoping he was going to tell her something. But he didn't, so she went on. A fine thing it would be if, on the very day you-know-who seems to have disappeared at last, the muggles found out all about us. I suppose he really has gone, Dumbledore. It certainly seems so, said Dumbledore. We have much to be thankful for. Would you care for a lemon drop? A what? A lemon drop. They're a kind of muggle sweet I'm rather fond of. No, thank you, said Professor McGonagall coldly, as though she didn't think this was the moment for lemon drops. As I say, even if you know who has gone, my dear Professor, surely a sensible person like yourself can call him by his name? All this you-know-who nonsense. For 11 years I had been trying to persuade people to call him by his proper name, Voldemort. Professor McGonagall flinched, but Dumbledore, who was unsticking 2 lemon drops, seemed not to notice. It all gets so confusing if we keep saying you-know-who. I have never seen any reason to be frightened of saying Voldemort's name. I know you haven't, said Professor McGonagall, sounding half exasperated, half admiring. But you're different. Everyone knows you're the one you know. Oh, all right, Voldemort was afraid of. You flatter me, said Dumbledore calmly. Voldemort had powers I will never have. Only because you're too, well, noble to use them. It's lucky it's dark. I haven't blushed so much since Madame Pomfrey told me she liked my new earmuffs. Professor McGonagall shot a sharp look at Dumbledore. Oh my goodness, all those S's. Professor McGonagall shot a sharp look at Dumbledore and said, The owls are nothing next to rumors that are flying around. You know what they're saying? About why he's disappeared? About what finally stopped him? It seemed that Professor McGonagall had reached the point she was most anxious to discuss, the real reason she had been waiting on a cold, hard wall all day. For neither as a cat nor as a woman had she fixed Dumbledore with such a piercing stare as she did now. It was plain that whatever everyone was saying, she was not going to believe it until Dumbledore told her it was true. Dumbledore, however, was choosing another lemon drop and did not answer. What they're saying, she pressed on, is that last night Voldemort turned up in Godric's Hollow. He went to find the Potters. The rumor is that Lily and James Potter that they're dead. Dumbledore bowed his head. Professor McGonagall gasped. Lily and James. I can't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. Oh, Albus. Dumbledore reached out and patted her on the shoulder. I know, he said heavily. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled as she went on. That's not all. They're saying he tried to kill the Potter's son, Harry, but he couldn't. He couldn't kill that little boy. No one knows why or how, but they're saying that when he couldn't kill Harry Potter, Voldemort's powers somehow broke, and that's why he's gone. Dumbledore nodded glumly. It's true? Faltered Professor McGonagall. After all he's done, all the people he's killed, he couldn't kill a little boy? It's just astounding, of all the things to stop him. But how in the name of heaven did Harry survive? We can only guess, said Dumbledore. We may never know. Professor McGonagall pulled out a lace handkerchief and dabbed her eyes beneath her spectacles. Dumbledore gave a great sniff as he took a golden watch from his pocket and examined it. It was a very odd watch. It had 12 hands, but no numbers. Instead, little planets were moving around the edge. It must have made sense to Dumbledore, though, because he put it back in his pocket and said, Hagrid's late. I suppose it was he who told you I'd be here, by the way? Yes, said Professor McGonagall, and I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you're here, of all places. I've come to bring Harry to his aunt and uncle. They're the only family he has left now. You don't mean, you can't mean, the people who live here? Cried Professor McGonagall, jumping to her feet and pointing at number 4. Dumbledore, you can't. I've been watching them all day. You couldn't find 2 people who are less like us. And they've got this son. I saw him kicking his mother all the way up the street, screaming for sweets. Harry Potter, come and live here? It's the best place for him, said Dumbledore firmly. His aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything to him when he's older. I've written them a letter. A letter, repeated Professor McGonagall faintly, sitting back down on the wall. Really? Dumbledore, you think you can explain all of this in a letter? These people will never understand him. He'll be famous, a legend. I wouldn't be surprised if today was known as Harry Potter Day in the future. There will be big... Oh no, I stumbled so hard there. There will be... Oh my goodness, why can't I do the double B? There will be books written about Harry. Every child in our world will know his name. I think... I struggled there because I wanted to also say at the same time as there will be books written about him, to say, hey, just like the one we're reading right now. Oh my goodness. The brain is too fast. My brain is faster than my mouse. There will be books written about Harry. Every child in our world will know his name. Exactly, said the Dumbledore, looking very seriously, over the top of his half-moon glasses. It would be enough to turn any boy's head. Famous before he can walk and talk. Famous for something he won't even remember. Can you see how much better off he'll be here? Growing up away from all that until he's ready to take it? Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, changed her mind, swallowed, and then said, Yes, you're right, of course. But how's the boy getting here, Dumbledore? She eyed his cloak suddenly, as though she thought he might be hiding Harry underneath it. Hagrid's bringing him. You think it wise to trust Hagrid with something as important as this? I would trust Hagrid with my life, said Dumbledore. I'm not saying his heart isn't in the right place, said Professor McGonagall grudgingly. But you can't pretend he's not careless. He does tend to... What was that? A low rumbling sound had broken the silence around them. It grew steadily louder as they looked up and down the street for some sign of a headlight. It swelled to a roar as they both looked up at the sky, and a huge motorcycle fell out of the air and landed on the road in front of them. If the motorcycle was huge, it was nothing to the man sitting astride it. Astride it? Is that... I had never seen that word used that way. If the motorcycle was huge, it was nothing to the man sitting astride it. He was almost twice as tall as a normal man and at least 5 times as wide. He looked simply too big to be allowed, and so wild. Long tangles of bushy black hair and beard hid most of his face. He had hands the size of trash can lids, and his feet, in their leather boots, were like baby dolphins. In his vast, muscular arms, he was holding a bundle of blankets. Hagrid, said Dumbledore, sounding relieved. At last. And where did you get that motorcycle? Borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore, sir, said the giant, climbing carefully off the motorcycle as he spoke. Young Sirius Black lent it to me. I got him, sir. No problems were there. Why is Sirius Black not imprisoned? Uh-oh. You may have to read all of the books to find out exactly what's going on. Young Sirius Black lent it to me. I've got him, sir. No problems were there. No, sir. House was almost destroyed, but I've got him out all right before the muggles started swarming around. He fell asleep while we was flying over Bristol. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall bent forward over the bundle of blankets. Inside, just visible, was a baby boy, fast asleepings. Under a tuft of jet black hair over his forehead, they could see a curiously shaped cut, like a bolt of lightning. "Is that where—" whispered Professor McGonagall. "Yes," said the Dumbledore. "You'll have that scar forever." "Couldn't you do something about it, Dumbledore?" "Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. I have one myself above my left knee that is a perfect map of the London Underground. Well, give him here, Hagrid. We'd better get this over with." Dumbledore took Harry in his arms and turned toward the Dursleys' house. Could I say goodbye to him, sir?" asked Hagrid. He bent his great shaggy head over Harry and gave him what must have been a very scratchy, whiskery kiss. Then, suddenly, Hagrid let out a howl like a wounded dog. "Shh!" hissed Professor McGonagall. "You'll wake the Muggles." Sorry," sobbed Hagrid, taking out a large spotted handkerchief and burying his face in it. "But I can't stand it. Lily and James dead, and poor little Harry off to live with Muggles. Yes, it's all very sad. But get a grip of yourself, Hagrid, or we'll be found," Professor McGonagall whispered, patting Hagrid gingerly on the arm as Dumbledore stepped over the low garden wall and walked to the front door. He laid Harry gently on the doorstep, took a letter out of his cloak, tucked it inside Harry's blankets, and then came back to the other two. For a full minute the three of them stood and looked at the little bundle. Hagrid's shoulders shook. Professor McGonagall blinked furiously, and the twinkling light that usually shone from Dumbledore's eyes seemed to have gone out. "Well," said Dumbledore finally, "that's that. We've no business staying here. We may as well go and join the celebrations." "Yeah," said Hagrid in a very muffled voice. "I bet get this bike away. Good night, Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore, sir." Wiping his streaming eyes on his jacket sleeve, Hagrid swung himself onto the motorcycle and kicked the engine into life. With a roar, it rose into the air and off into the night. "I shall see you soon, I expect, Professor McGonagall," said Dumbledore, nodding to her. Professor McGonagall blew her nose in reply. Dumbledore turned and walked back down the street. On the corner he stopped and took out the silver put-outer. He clicked it once, and all 12 balls of light sped back to their street lamps, so that Privet Drive glowed suddenly orange, and he could make out a tabby cat slinking around the corner at the other end of the street. He could just see the bundle of blankets on the step of number 4. "Good luck, Harry," he muttered. He turned on his heel, and with a swish of his cloak, he was gone. A breeze ruffled the neat hedges of Privet Drive, which lay silent and tidy under the inky sky. Holy moly, my voice is dying. Which lay silent and tidy under the inky sky, the very last place you would expect astonishing things to happen. Harry Potter rolled over inside his blankets without waking up. One small hand closed on the letter beside him, and he slept on, not knowing he was special, not knowing he was famous, not knowing he would be woken in a few hours' time by Mrs. Dursley's scream as she opened the front door to put out the milk bottles, nor that he would spend the next few weeks being prodded and pinched by his cousin Dudley. He couldn't know that at this very moment, people meeting in secret all over the country were holding up their glasses, saying in hushed voices, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived." The title for Chapter 2 is The Vanishing Glass. I wonder what that could be about. Okay, maybe next time we'll have to either open with Harry Potter or do it at some point in the middle. Thanks, J.K. Rowling. Very cool. let's put the music back on. And then we'll go ahead and go ahead and save these pages for later. All of the spooky monsters from South America. I don't think I've ever heard of this one, the Tule Vieja. I have to go do a whole lot of reading. Okay, thanks for chilling and memeing. It was fun. I wish we had more authentic observer stuff to go through. There is a 3-hour video which I may cover next time at some point. And hopefully we'll have a whole lot more to discuss there as well. I did want to cover the Louis Rossman stuff again a little bit more in depth, but we'll save that for next time. So good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, don't be gay. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.